Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Richard Lewis Brown, your Local 1000 president. Today is December 19th, 2021. This is our second day of the Board of Directors meeting here at the end of the year. We are super excited. Things may not go perfectly as planned. We're still waiting for the agenda committee to finish, so that may take a few more minutes. So everyone who has their hand raised, please be patient. I know a lot of people want to call in and make statements and ask questions about yesterday. So please be patient with me. I would greatly appreciate it. Um, I want to make sure that everyone has the ability to watch this general session. It's on my Facebook page, RL Brown. And hopefully you were able to register through Zoom so you can ask questions, because you can only ask questions through Zoom. And it's also up on our website at siu1000.org. We want everyone to have the ability to participate today. So right now they're doing the agenda committee, and so the board of directors are submitting, I imagine submitting different proposals, and then the agenda committee, which is our chair, VP Secretary Treasurer David Jimenez, and then we have DLC presidents, let me just make sure I get it right here, 727 Linda Martin. We have DLC 772 President Mary Dela Cruz. We have DLC 789 President Eileen Barton. And finally, we have DLC 792 President Jack Dean. That's our agenda committee. They'll make a decision if what's being proposed will make it to the agenda committee today. So once we officially open up the meeting today, we'll do a quorum, we'll do a roll call to make sure we have enough people to conduct business. But I have been asked repeatedly, we are tired, Richard. We are tired of the same old board of directors meetings, meetings that we never knew what was going on, and we want to have our voices heard. You know, we like the fact that you do your PowerPoint presentations on Wednesday evening at 6:30. Local 1000 listens to you, but unfortunately, a lot of people can't make it on Wednesday evenings. So I've been asked, Richard, will you do us a power presentation that kind of summarizes all of your PowerPoint presentations over the last few months? And they said they want to see it before we, quote, open up the meeting and start the official business. The members have spoken. And as they remind me, they say, you may work with the board, Richard, as the Local 1000 president, but remember how you got here. We voted for you, and we want our voices heard. So even though you represent 100,000 people, remember the voters who put you in that position to give you that great privilege to serve you. And so I've put together a PowerPoint presentation with the help of the staff. And so we'll talk about that today. And then we're going to do another presentation in honor of Paul Koch. In honor of Paul Koch. A long time, Local 1000, he was, I believe, a DLC president. He's an activist, former CSEA vice president. He unfortunately passed away several days ago. And I have received a great deal, should I say, many, many emails and we're going to allow people who are watching the agenda committee to come over now to the general session. Hold on one moment. Okay, so now I'm being informed. Okay, so hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm being told that I'm muted. So hopefully everyone can hear me. Hold on one moment here. because we also have to make sure this is a closed caption, so everyone, so we have our sign language interpreter. I see her, and she's doing a great job. So we want to make sure everyone has access to this and everyone can hear me. So hold on. Oh, so I am good. Okay, so now, okay, so now I'm told I'm unmuted now. All right, so we'll have to start all over again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 19th, 2021. I'm your Local 1000 president. This is our second day of our board of directors meeting. Oh, okay, so now I'm told it's only for a brief moment. So be patient with us, everyone, because you know, when you lay out your plans for the day, sometimes plans, quote, change. And you know, we want to make sure everyone has access to this, and hopefully everyone was able to register through Zoom and get a link, so if they want to call in and ask questions, they can. And you know, we want to make sure everyone has the ability to talk today. And so before we officially open the meeting, you know, I'm going to do a presentation for Paul Koch, and then I'm going to do a PowerPoint presentation because many people have asked, we can't make it to your Wednesday night Local 1000 Listens to You videos. So can you summarize what you've been talking about, because a lot of people are hearing different things about our union that they never knew before. So we're going to do that. And finally, I've been reminded, remember how you got here, Mr. Brown. And so I received many, many emails, and I received other things, or quote, impact statements. So everyone knows my address, 3225 43rd Street, Sacramento, California, 95817. It appears that things do show up at my door, but they're always peaceful. They're always loving and peaceful, but they're very informative. So, so before we actually get started, people were talking about yesterday, they didn't know how to get in. And so I'm going to go back through here. I have the paperwork here. Give me a second. And they want to know an explanation for why it changed all of a sudden from an in-person only meeting at the Holiday Inn, downtown Sacramento, 300 J Street, to an in-person. So I'm looking here, and we received information that the Holiday Inn, they had power problems. So I believe at one of the buildings, something caught on fire that was on that grid. So the Holiday Inn lost power. And they couldn't guarantee me that the power could be back up. And if it was back up, it may only be by generators. And we didn't want to take a chance on trying to run on generators to run this important meeting. So when we found that out, a decision had to be made, and I believe it was on Wednesday. And so here, I'll read it to you because the staff was incredible. We sent out an email on Wednesday evening, and I believe it was at 7 o'clock. A little after 7, and it says, Board of Directors meeting will be held virtually December 18th and 19th, 2021. It says, to all Local 1000 representative employees, I'll read this to you clearly. A fire that occurred this week at a SMUD substation caused their generators and boilers to be shut down. This led to a loss of power at the Holiday Inn, Sacramento. As a result, removing the December 18th and 19th, 2021 SEIU Local 1000 Board of Directors meeting, originally planned as an in-person event at the Holiday Inn, to a virtual-only event at the Local 1000 headquarters in Sacramento. So then it tells you the meeting will be streamed to all live, streamed live to all represented employees and interested parties via the Local 1000 website, the Local 1000 Facebook page, and on President Richard Lewis Brown's personal Facebook page. And I'm going to try to slow down my words because hold on one moment. All right, so let me try to slow down my words. I know I'm speaking a little fast so that the interpreter can keep up with me. Yes. Oh, okay, so I'll slow down. All right. So, take a breath. All right, here we go. The meeting will also be available via Zoom for representative employees who would like to participate remotely. Let me repeat that statement for you again. The meeting will also be available via Zoom for represented employees who would like to participate remotely. Now, that key word, represented employees, I didn't say just dues paying members. We want everyone in our union to be a dues paying member. But and sometimes to encourage our non-members to become dues-paying members, you have to invite them to the same things that you invite the dues-paying members to, because we're all in this together. Remember, I said yesterday, what is the key word for this weekend? Our strategy to increase our dues-paying membership to 80% on January 1st, 2023. And then hopefully by October 1st, 2023, we'll be at 90% plus. So we want to always include our non-members. Now, this option is our means of prioritizing the health and safety of our members while ensuring that everyone's voice will be heard. The Zoom link will be sent out separately prior to the meeting. We appreciate your patience and understanding and look forward to resuming our long-standing working relationship in the near future. That was sent out Wednesday evening. Okay, now, people say, well, we didn't get that email. Well, we sent out the email again Thursday, December 16th at 3:43. Here we go again. To all Local 1000 represented employees, as we shared with you last night, the December 18th and 19th, 2021 SEIU Local 1000 Board of Directors meeting will now be a virtual-only event. The meeting will be streamed live to all represented employees and interested parties via the Local 1000 website, the Local 1000 Facebook page, and on President Richard Lewis Brown's personal Facebook page. The BOD meeting will also be available via Zoom. That's 4 different mediums. To register to receive the general session link, which will allow represented employees to participate remotely, please click here. This option is our means of prioritizing the health and safety of our members while ensuring that everyone's voice will be heard. Given that this is a board of directors meeting, board members will be given preference. Listen to how we say this. Given that this is a board of directors meeting, board members will be given preference when it comes to Zoom access. All right. Thank you for your understanding. We look forward to seeing you this weekend. So that's the second email. So when people are saying that they weren't contacted, they didn't know about this, I'm not so sure. We'll continue on. Now, this is important. Friday evening, December 17th. Dear Budget Committee member, and remember, our chair of the Budget Committee is our VP Secretary Treasurer, David Jimenez. Okay, dear Budget Committee member, as we shared with all represented members Wednesday evening, due to issues with the Sacramento Power Grid, the December 18th and 19th, 2021 SEIU Local 1000 Board of Directors meeting will now be a virtual-only event. Listen to this, in order to attend the Budget Committee meeting Saturday morning from 8 to 10 a.m., please use the following Zoom link. And they put a link here. In order to attend the Budget Committee meeting, be advised that this and all meetings will be streamed live to all represented employees and interested parties via the Local 1000 website. However, only you and your fellow members will have access to the Zoom link and thus be able to contribute. That's for the Budget Committee meeting that happened Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Thank you for all that you do for SEIU Local 1000 as an administrative committee member. All right. So that was referring to the Budget Committee members, for them to go to the link so they could participate. Now, that was at 5:19 p.m. A minute later, at 5:20 p.m. on December 17th, we sent out Dear Agenda Committee Member. Now, the agenda just happened this morning from 7:30 to about 8, a little after 8. It says, as we are shared with all represented members, Wednesday evening, due to issues with the Sacramento Power Grid, December 18th and 19th, SEIU Local 1000 Board of Directors meeting will now be a virtual-only event. In order to attend the Agenda Committee meeting Sunday morning from 7:30 to 8 a.m., please use the following Zoom link. Be advised that this and all meetings will be streamed live to all represented employees and interested parties via the Local 1000 website, SEIU1000.org. However, only you and your fellow members will have access to the Zoom link and thus be able to contribute. Thank you for all that you do, SEIU Local 1000, as an administrative committee member. And then I was sent out to just the agenda committee members and those who should have access to, quote, have a voice in that process, which are, quote, those on the board, 65 board of directors. But that was sent out on December 17th after the budget committee member email. So what I'm trying to say is we wanted to make sure that people who needed access to the Zoom link for the budget committee and the agenda committee had access, and those people were the board of directors, 65 of them, including myself. Now, let's see here. One moment. So it appears that we had got an email from someone on the board. It states here, President Richard Lewis Brown, and this was sent on December 14th. I'm requesting that you immediately include electronic participation by Zoom for all board members who desire to participate in the board meeting this weekend. Under the California Corporation Code, any board member who desires to participate by electronic means must be allowed to do so. So this person says, you have designed an illegal meeting by setting the arbitrary deadline for board members to respond or they can't attend by design. Mandating a person only is also by your design. Both of these actions that you have executed are unfortunate, limits participation, and goes against your statements of inclusion and transparency. I expect you to notify the board by 10 a.m. Wednesday, December 15th, 2021, that all board members that want to participate by Zoom will be accommodated. Now, this person signing this is calling himself William Bill Hall, Chair of the Board, SEIU Local 1000, President DLC 744. So what is very interesting about this, he's referring to himself as the chair, which he's not. There's only one president of Local 1000. We have no chair. So this is an interesting email because you just saw where everything was included, but he had sent this email a day or two before. We're going to talk more about this situation with Bill Hall and those who had their insurrectionists out of order improper meeting today. That happened in October at the California Democratic headquarters, where in their minds they called for a meeting that was against the policy file, and they attempted in their minds to strip me of all my presidential powers and ignore the will of the voters. Now, why is that so important? Because we must respect the will of the voters in our great country. We're a democratic society. Sometimes our candidate doesn't always win the election. And as you know, the former president had won 2008, 2011, 2015, and 2018. I had to count them out because she had won so many. It was almost like you could not defeat the former president. She won 4 straight elections. And so on 3-year election cycles, except for the 2011, that was on a 4-year election cycle, for whatever reason that was. I think it may have something to do with the general counsel we had years ago with CSCA. So we have to respect election results. And for certain people, because there's a lot of fantastic board of directors, DLC presidents, and bunk chairs. But unfortunately, there's a group of them that cannot respect the will of the people. And it's unfortunate because, as you know, I got elected on a 10-point platform that stated we're going to get a 21% pay increase across the board for everyone equally. We may have to go on strike after reaching an impasse, after bargaining in good faith for a period of time. We've never done that before as Local 1000. And so our wages, our pay increases have never been substantial. We've never enforced our contract. And as your chief negotiator, we're going to ensure that our wages are guaranteed regardless of POP or furlough, and that our jobs are guaranteed while under a signed contract, and that our dignity will not be controlled by CalHR. That may be enough to get me run out of office, because I'm going to treat everyone with equal love and respect. I cannot stress this to you enough on why they're trying to, quote, run me out of office. Many of you believe it's because of the money. Many of you are right. But the fact that that 10-point platform has put me on an island by myself. But now membership is growing, and membership is starting to find out that the person on video is different than the person they meet at the work site. And they don't want my power stripped. And they like where we're headed. And they like the fact that we're fighting to get a great telework agreement and not just take what the state wants us to have. Because if you're a union, you negotiate. You just don't take what someone gives you. You negotiate the situation. That's what a real union does. They like the fact that we were able to fight off the mandatory COVID or vaccination requirement for non-health workers outside of CDCR. They love that. And they say, Richard, you don't talk enough about that. They also like the fact that last weekend, our statewide bargaining advisory committee, that it was transparent. They've never seen it before. And they were able to see the 10 different bargaining units, and you could actually see, as I talked about this weekend, the strategy of how people are running for office. And many people said that they felt that the bunk chair, the vice chair, the alternate vice chair, that membership should be voting on that and not just a small group of people called district bargaining unit representatives for that particular bargaining unit. Let's move on. One moment, please. One moment. All right, forgive me. People are praying for me and they're sending me texts. Keep praying for me. I deeply appreciate it. All right, so I want to make sure that everyone had a voice, but we're not perfect. So with all the demands of changing the venue on Wednesday, that was the 15th, we were under the gun to make things happen really quickly, and the staff was working around the clock. But sometimes we make mistakes. And so I'm going through these emails. Hopefully I have the emails correct in front of me. I know the staff may have made a mistake here or there, and listen, I may have made a mistake in my communications to the staff. All right? So the staff is on their phones, they're texting people. So, all right, so here's what happened Saturday morning when everything was in a flux, because my phone was heating up like it is now. So when I'm doing these presentations, you'll see me going through paperwork, looking around the room while working the phone. While I'm looking into a camera. All right. On Saturday morning, about 9:29 a.m., the president's assistant, sent out a message, actually to the board. Good morning, happy Saturday. I want to thank everyone for your patience as the event was transitioned from in-person to virtual. Listen to this. The links for the various meetings throughout BOD can be found below. Please note that due to time limitations, the committee may need to get through their reports before opening the forum to questions. The streaming option through the website will continue to be available for representative employees to utilize. So she sent this to just the board, these links. And that's fine. Everyone who was registering also needed those links to get to these different, quote, committees. And then the chair of those committees would, chair their committee meeting. And then we sent it out again. So we sent out the same email twice to the board, so the board was aware of the human rights committees on Saturday. So we sent it out at 9:29, and then we sent it out again at 9:30. Now, you say, well, why does the board get special privileges? Well, they're the board of directors. So I'm going to leave it at that. But we're a member-ran union. And so now on December 18th, at 9:53, we sent out an email to all represented employees. And then it says, to have access to any of the SEIU Local 1000 Administrative or Human Rights Committee meetings being held on December 18th, 2021, please click on the corresponding link below. Now, it has all the committees. Now, I was sent at 9:53 a.m. The only committee that had started at 8 to 10 was the Budget Committee. But the rest of the committees, the Grants Committee, the COPE Committee, the Accessibility Committee, the African American Committee, the Environmental Committee, the Latin Committee, Lavender Committee, Next Gen Committee, Veterans Committee, and Women's Empowerment Committee. They all started, the grants and the COPE started from 10 to 11, and then the rest of the committees started from 1 to 3. It appears to me that people had reasonable time to get to these committees. Now, some people said, Richard, why did you even try to do an in-person event anyway at the Holiday Inn in downtown Sacramento at 300 J Street? Because at that time, when we scheduled it, we were not violating any of the healthcare rules of the Sacramento County Department of Public Health. We were not in violation. And we sent out emails, and we stated, quote, in order to keep everyone safe, we will also be doing our part to create a sanitary environment. What does that mean? Well, that means this. We will provide attendees with hand sanitizer at registration. We will create a designated sanitation sites stocked with hand sanitizer and disposable disinfectant wipes. We will wipe down microphones, iPads, and other technology equipment after each use. We will remind attendees of hygiene best practices throughout signage throughout the venue. Oh, through signage throughout the venue. We will require temperature checks for all attendees each day before you can be admitted to the main ballroom. In turn, we ask that you do your part as well. So please, no handshakes. Wash. Oh, you almost caught me from St. Louis. Wash with a W. Wash, wash your hands often. Or as I would say, wash your hands. All right. Physically, socially, social distance by trying to stay 6 feet apart. Even though at this time when we sent this email out, there was no social distance for inside a building. If you don't feel well, stay home. Wear a mask while indoors. Yes. So we were being safe. And so the idea that we were not trying to be safe, that's not true. Now, here's the funny thing about this. Hold on one moment. One moment, please. Sometimes when people are saying that as the Local 1000 president, I'm not keeping your life safe, and that I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm not sure if you remember a few months ago when I put up my vaccination card. I believe I got vaccinated either May 9th or May 14th. You know what? I think it was May 14th. It was cut off. It's a work term for me. So I got vaccinated. So even though you've heard me say, people should have the freedom to control their bodies through medical accommodation or through their religious feelings, I still got vaccinated so that I could respect my top bosses, mom and dad. So this idea that I'm an anti-vaxxer, I wanted to dispel that right now. Now, if you've noticed today, normally I'm all hyped up and full of energy. I'm very hyped up, and I'm very full of energy. But I'm very calm today. I'm in a very relaxed state. You see, I don't even have my, as someone pointed out to me this morning when they saw me, they said, "Where's that orange tie?" Well, the sunshine is still shining, always for me, because every day we wake up is a glory to God through Jesus Christ. Oh, I got that in there. Now, but today I'm in blue for the sky, because I'm very calm. I'm very collective. And what you're going to see today, you're going to see a lot of people talking today. And they're going to come and try to create a situation. But it's not going to happen. There's always a time, I can't believe I'm saying this. There's always a time, boy, there's always a time and a place for everything. Today is not the time nor the place. When I said we're going to have an in-person only board of directors meeting so I could meet all the board and we could build the solidarity, because you can't build solidarity through a video. I'm going to show you, I'm going to read something to you, and then you're going to smile and laugh. So I have an email here dated, and I want everyone to hear this, because I know there's a lot of people listening, because I'm going to show you the hypocrisy of some individuals. Tuesday, November 30th, 2021 at 12:01 p.m. This comes from the SEIU California State Council. You say, what is that? Well, as you know, we are Local 1000, but we are one of many locals that are part of the Service Employees International Union in Washington, D.C. Their president, quote, our international president, Mary Kay Henry. So it's like, we're like a McDonald's. And McDonald's headquarters, wherever they're located at, we carry their name, so we have to send them so much money every month. And we do things the way they ask us to do it, unless we have a different type of agreement. Local 1000, we have a very unique agreement with International. So with International, they have state councils in different states. And so we have a state council here in California. But I'm going to read this to you because it comes from them. And I sit on the board. Dear executive board members, just a reminder that SEIU California Executive Board meeting scheduled for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 4. Now, why is that important? Because people will complain about, well, Richard, your meetings are only 8 to 3, and then you shut them down. Well, okay, so we're taking a 2-hour lunch. So 8 to 11 today is 3. And then 1 to 3, what is that? That's 2. So I have 5 hours. They have 10 a.m. to 4. So 2 and 4, 6. So they're just 1 hour past me. That's not that unreasonable. But here's the rest of this first sentence. Just a reminder that the SEIU California Executive Board meeting scheduled for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. will be, and listen to this, they got it in big black. You know, when it's in black, it's bold, you know it's important, will be held in person. Well. So, will be held in person in Sacramento. Please read carefully the precautions below that will and already have been taken to ensure our executive board meeting is safe as possible for all of our participants. Participation. Now listen to this, because you know I'm totally wide open. I let everybody come in. Limited to executive board members and necessary staff counsel only. Local staff will be able to view the meeting via Zoom teleconference. Local staff will be able to view the meeting via Zoom teleconference. But everybody else who sits on the board has to come in person. Everybody else on that board has to come in person. But you didn't know that, did you? This is another reason why they're trying to run me out of office. I give you too much. The more I give you, the more you want. You must be an American. So here we go. Conference. A conference room with a maximum capacity of 300 has been reserved to provide maximum spacing with good ventilation. Now, I want to go to that word. I want to go to that word 300. Now, I know what you're thinking. 300, the movie. I think Gerard Butler was in that movie. When we scheduled the in-person board meeting only for December 18th and 19th at the Holiday Inn, we had about, and I want you to remember this number, from what the staff told me, hello staff, hello, stay with me staff, stay with me. Boy, we had 110 people reserved. That is correct, 110. Okay. Now, we had the Holiday Inn, that big old room. I forgot, I think it's called the California room. We had only 110 people scheduled to come. They, in this building they had, was ready for 300, in person only. All right? Masks are mandatory for participants while indoors, except while eating and drinking. And then they also quoted the CDPH recommended guidelines. And then they said lunch and drinks, that's a beverage, that's not alcohol or anything. Boxed lunches and beverages will be provided by a server. Please RSVP and provide your lunch selection by Thursday, December 2nd, so that all lunch orders will be placed at the end of the day. Now listen, when we had scheduled for the board meeting to be in person, we asked for, I believe, a November 22nd cutoff. We weren't trying to alienate board members. No, we were not. What we were doing was trying to make sure we knew how many people from the board were coming so we could be safe. And that if they required, if they live, I think, 40 miles out, that we could have a hotel room for them. So we could reserve hotel rooms because the board would have preference, because they were Some of them were voted in office. 21 of them. There's your number 21, 7437. I keep telling everyone, I just can't make these numbers up. 21 ran in contested races. 33 did not. We were trying to make sure that we were ready for everyone that came. We were not trying to disenfranchise people. But we wanted you to, quote, reserve so we would know what you were doing. Then it talked about the materials. Now, that's our SEIU State Council having an in-person board meeting on December 14th. You didn't hear that on Facebook. No, you didn't. No, you did not. And here it is again, a reminder. Monday, December 13th. Dear executive board members, we are looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow, Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 at 10 a.m. for our 4-hour in-person SEIU California Executive Board meeting in Sacramento. Please note that the meeting will be held in the second floor conference room, 1020 11th Street, not at our SIU California office at 1130 K Street. So they're telling us again. And they're not canceling. I guess they're on a different power. Well, the power happened, I think, Tuesday night, the fire at the SMUD station on that grid. So they still had their in-person meeting. Here we go on December 15th, 2:03 p.m. Dear executive board members, this is from the SIU State Council. It was fantastic. So listen to this. It was fantastic. I didn't get a chance to go, so maybe that's why they said that. All right. It was fantastic to see so many of you in person yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna stay calm. Got my blue on. All right. So, it was fantastic to see so many of you in person yesterday at the SIU California Executive Board meeting in Sacramento. We are more than halfway through the agenda and just about an hour and a half to go to complete state council business before 2022. Fantastic to see so many of you. Well, hopefully, I had to take a few minutes. That didn't take very long. I mean, way faster than I thought. That I could dispel the myth and the lies and the propaganda and most importantly, the evilness that I was trying to do something that was so out of order. But it wasn't out of order. The state council did it. It's interesting. Very interesting. So here's what we're going to do. We've been going hardcore for 45 minutes. The staff has pleaded with me. You will take a break because no one wants to hear you talk over and over again. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to resume back at 9 o'clock. All right, so we're taking a break right now for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Lewis Brown, your Local 1000 president. We took a short break. I know a lot of people are interested to know when will the meeting officially begin. Everything is subject to change. So right now, we have not officially started the meeting yet. As I stated earlier, I've been asked to do a tribute to Paul Koch, which I find fantastic. Um, Even though Paul and I may have had differences, we had a lot of strong similarities, and you're going to find that out. And then I'm also going to do a presentation, and I've also been asked to let people speak. And then the voters have said that I've received numerous statements. Those statements will be read today. So it may be a little while before we actually start the official business of Local 1000. But I always say the official business of Local 1000 is to ensure that our membership's voices are heard and that our elections are heard. And so I have to take my time. I see the interpreter. Take my time and say these things in a much slower, more relaxed pitch so you can understand every word that I'm saying. All right. Now, before I get to the Paul Koch tribute, I have a person that has some very important things that he has to say. So we're going to let the guest, Ron Rawson, we're going to unmute him, Ron Rawson, and we're going to let him speak. Ron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, President Brown.
Okay, sir. Thanks for and I know that today is an important day for you, so I'm going to let you take your time and express yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you, President Brown. I just wanted to say to the board as part of, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. And I want to commend the committees on yesterday. Those that I attended were well attended and seems like more synergy and open discussion and transparency from what I've seen in a long time. There's a sector of us that have been muted, unheard, ignored, dismissed, and it's we think it's just you've been an answer to prayer. You and I have spoken, and I did not vote for you in the election, but I have supported you since the election because you have done everything you said you would do. And I believe in your platform for the most part. And I don't know, I've heard this California Corporation Code for the last few days more than I have over years. As if, oh, we need to do this according to California corporate code. Where were these corporate codes over the last few years that we've had leadership? Our union has been in peril for a long time. It's been disjointed. There's been kind of a minion crew, and everybody else ignored and forgotten. Three vice presidents were not even allowed to perform their executive duties, the duties of their elected office for years. And no California corporate code came up then. No, nothing came of all this disenfranchising these. But one vice president locked out for I don't know what I mean became a big issue all of a sudden. So we have to stop the bigotry, and we really need to stand as a united. We need to come back together as one. That's the only way we're going to get things done. We had an election for change, and you were one of those people on the slate that were part of that change, and you happen to have won. And I'm asking the board to respect this election, respect the voice of the people. In our DLC, we have not heard from several of the presidents. When I query, I work with the the health facility evaluator nurses statewide, who many of them have not heard from their presidents on these issues. They have not vetted their information before they had a vote with some sector of a committee. We're supposed to be a member-led union, and since the election, for the last since you've been elected, you've been dodging bullets and dodging the noose of a lynch mob. The noose you just have been dodging so that this won't be put around your neck. And I come from a town in Florida where the movie Rosewood came, and just by one little lie in the town, a lot of our people were destroyed in towns like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Black Wall Street, and that. And I refuse to see that happen. If they had an emergency meeting, no one has been able to tell us yet what's the emergency. There was no emergency. The members didn't see any reason for the board to intervene in this fashion. A couple disgruntled employees left, made some accusations. Okay, they'll have their day in court. Due process in America is that you're innocent until proven guilty. So they'll have their day in court. And if, however, those charges are found, then we move as a union on those charges. Also, those members are represented by another union and not this union. So that union should be handling those complaints by those members as well. So I just want to say, I'm not sure how somebody was able to call the cops to come to your house, to almost threaten your life and everything. And that just goes under the radar. I've heard under the last administration that there was sex in the headquarters and all kind of things by people who were in high positions, and it just went under the radar. People who were not allowed, people who had charges, criminal charges that were serving on this board of directors, people who've been removed from their professional offices, disgraced, disbarred, and all of these things have flown under the radar. But yet, for a couple of suspected kind of accusations, your presidency have been called into question. They allowed one of the board members to make these homophobic, sexist, misogynistic comments to the president. I don't know. You're pretty versus eat a dick, suck a dick, or whatever. And this is it's just beyond me what we are allowing in this to take place here. There no emergency exists. These are only accusations and allow the due process. So I'm asking the board that there'll be no changes to our policy file or bylaws, or and that our president is allowed, just as former president were. We didn't agree with President Walker, but we respected her in her office. Every time, my board members will tell you, I served on the board the last 3 years. I always addressed her as Madam President every time, because she was our president, whether we liked it or not. And now the election has happened, and we need to stop whining. I believe that in times past, we've used union leave haphazardly. We've also used it as a pawn to gain and garner votes along the board of directors. And it's just a new day, and change is hard for a lot of people. But, a change has got to come. More people in this union want to see change. We don't want a strike clause. We need more equitable wages, like you're saying. We need to be respected. We need to be, we're going to have to remain connected to politics in some fashion, but not to let it overtake us totally as a union. We need to leverage some of those things. So I'm just asking, that the board allow you to do your elected duties, and that you work with this board. There are good people on this board that want to see this union move forward, and they're not here for the bigotry and the racism and the cancel culture and all the other stuff that we're hearing about. I believe in some of the people on this board to make solid decisions. So I thank you, sir, for allowing me to speak. Many others may speak today, but I just wanted to say that much. I don't want to take up too much
So,
time.
so
Yeah.
wait, I want to wait. I want to ask you a question. because I know a lot of
Yes.
people are saying that, hey, why is the meeting not officially opened up yet? Because we haven't officially opened the meeting because I am the president of Local 1000. I called this meeting. I will decide when the meeting opens up officially. The meeting has not opened up officially because people's voices, quote, need to be heard and they will be heard. And so some people say, well, you can open up the meeting and still have their voices heard. But there's so many lies and mistruths that we're going to get this aired out today before we officially open the board meeting so that the board can make an informed decision, which I've been told they cannot make an informed decision because of my PowerPoint slides from the past. The board is not representing their particular constituency or their particular group. Each DLC president is not all the board, but there are some DLC presidents who do not represent their particular area. And therefore, the question has come up, how can they be voting on these things when they're not even getting the reflection or the voice of their membership? And the key question, before you get off, Ron, I was voted in by the entire membership across all 51 DLCs, across all 730 some plus job classifications. I was not voted by one particular DLC or one particular bargaining unit. And I want that to be clear. And, like you said, there's some great people on the board. You're absolutely right. And I think of the DLC 741 president, Monica Rodriguez. And there's quite a few others on the board whose voices are not being heard, who want a 21% pay increase for their people in their particular DLC. And I know a lot of people have gotten mad because of my fight for Lassen County, and they feel that I'm favoring that DLC 792 Jack Dean, that I'm showing favor. But I want you, and I've been accused of showing favor to DLC 789 Eileen Barton. I've been accused of showing favor to other DLC presidents. I won't say their names openly. But I want you to explain to me the word bigotry versus racism versus prejudice.
Well, bigotry comes from a word that is talking about coming from two origins. It's like obstinate, is being unreasonable. In opinion, and prejudice, races, of course, is having disdain for a race or what have you, wherein a prejudice may not even have to do with just race. You can be prejudiced against a food choice, against a religion, a denomination, a sector of people, a sex of people, so the differences are those are the disparities and all those words that go along with it. But
and then when you said about, because I want to read to you, and I had to look this up when you were talking. The SACB, if people don't know, SACB is the state worker quote newspaper here in town, here at the capital
right.
city.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to read to you something, because he asked me about what's going on with Mary Kay Henry. And I actually have that stuff in front of me, the Mary Kay Henry situation, which I didn't want to talk about, but since you brought up about bigotry and racism and discrimination, since you brought that up, and she fashions herself to be a social justice warrior, I'm going to read you a quote that I gave SACB this week. And it says here, "This is my response for my one exchange at that point with SEIU International President Mary Kay Henry, with the two different exchanges she's had with me. And here's what I said to her, Ron. As a free, listen to my words on this, Ron. As a free and educated black man and veteran who honorably served our country, I feel that Mary Kay Henry is fully utilizing her white, pristine privilege to ensure the fugitive slave law that legalized and monetized hunting and kidnapping black people throughout the entire country still strongly exists with no legal recourse for articulate black individuals that are fighting the status quo. This racial silencing of my black voice further illustrates the humongous hypocrisy of those like Henry that loudly and politically profess Black Lives Matter to the world. But in reality, these so-called unity leaders are truly not social justice warriors, but convincingly appear to enthusiastically enjoy a local lynching and carefully crafted castration of a black man fighting to help everyone equally.
I agree with that. I just want to know where Mary King Henry have been for the last 3 years, because when the other 3 vice presidents were being locked out, ignored, dismissed, rejected, ostracized, humiliated, and a whole lot of other words, they reached out to her to see what the international could do to maintain the integrity of this local and to have some say. And they were pushed back by Mary Kay Henry, saying that she could not get involved because the president is in charge of the union. Now, all of a sudden, I've heard her name more over the last few months since your election, insert herself into International's business, when even somebody on our DLC board has violated even a quid pro quo, with the UAW and Villaranga's union. And this is crazy. That letter circulated, and somebody saying if they would join forces to do UN, that they would get some payout on the other side of that. And that's crazy that International would allow all of that craziness to go on.
Which person on the board was trying to interfere with that UA? Is that, you know, the UAW contract that was recently signed for?
I think that was a conversation between Kevin Healy and Villaranga, Joyce Villaranga.
You mean Joyce Thomas Villaranga?
Yeah, Joyce Villaranga, who is,
and you said DLC 752 President Kevin Healy?
Yes, yeah. So this is if you're bribing or attempting to give somebody something in return to help you do somebody in or whatever, that's illegal. It's illegal. And,
well, listen. I wish I was an attorney. I was supposed to go to law school. I was going to settle for the NBA. So I'm not an attorney. I don't know if you try to, I don't know if Kevin Healy tried to bribe that, or I don't know, if you try to bribe someone and it doesn't go through, I don't know if that's legal or if it's illegal. I don't know. But what I do know, and you know it as well, we're both black men in this country. Now that we know. We don't need anyone to explain us what the race card is. And we often know, you coming from the deep South and I'm coming from Missouri, which we had slaves in Missouri. The Great Missouri Compromise. Please look it up. Not you, but other people who don't know. We don't need anyone to explain to us when we know we're going through a double standard. And we also realize that what was the old story, Ron, about bigotry and racism and discrimination when Master, and I'll put the ER sound for English, Master's house was burning down, and you and I was basically like, well, oh well. But there were other people on the plantation who would run and say, oh, we got to save Master's house, and this is not about race, and we should enjoy being slaves, and we should love who we are as slaves. In fact, even back in Africa, there were some tribal chiefs that sold other people they held captured into captivity and sold them to Europeans. But we always know who they are.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's why I
But
brought up
yeah,
Black Wall
yeah.
Street and all that, just on the merit that somebody ran out of an elevator and said, he touched me.
Mm.
A whole town was burned and
Ah.
there was a whole massacre. And this just reminds me of that kind of stuff.
And, and
That,
not
yeah.
and not to and look, Rob, before you get off, not to cut you off. When you and I and other people have talked about this quote, and this is so embarrassing and it's so hurtful. But I said I'd be very calm and collective today. This lynching, this is a quote, 2021 lynching. I could see, Ron, that if I was just fighting for black people and they wanted to get me up out of here, that, Ron, I've been Americanized. I'm an Americanized African. That I can accept dying for trying to help other black people. What I'm having a hard time accepting is I'm fighting for everyone, black, white, blue, green, and even the aliens that come down and want to be unionized. And I see you out there, aliens. I need your support. I'm fighting for everyone to make sure we have a guaranteed contract. And that's what I cannot accept in this country that I served, even though other people of color have served this country years ago in a segregated military until they desegregated the military with a U.S. President, Harry S. Truman, from the state of, I can't make this stuff up live, from Missouri. So I want to thank you for calling in. We're not going to listen, you can be prejudiced and racist in this country. There's nothing, I don't want to say there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not going to mandate and tell you that you have to treat me with love and respect. You can hate me for my race. You can hate me for my color. You can hate me. You can discriminate. You can be racist. But just do it peacefully. But the
Right.
attacks that I have gone through, and like you illustrated, on May 25th at 5 o'clock in the morning, and this is what really hurts me. You and I both know, and a lot of people from the community know, my life could have been gone just like that.
Well,
And
yeah.
so when people say, well, Richard, how did you survive that police stop? Well, first of all, I didn't survive a police stop, but I survived me being black in my house. All praises with remembrance and condolences to Breonna Taylor's family, because we know how that situation happened. And I still give the police the utmost respect because they did not stereotype me. Sacramento police. In fact, they gave me way more respect, way more consideration, took their time, talked to me, asked me questions than the African American police chief, Daniel Hahn, who refused to sit down and meet with me. And so when you see these types of
Wow.
things, yeah, and so I say this in front of the whole world so that the whole world can talk about this, because when Mary Kay Henry, and I have her information here, and I'm going to go through that stuff about her, when she's prophesying about the 4th of July, I have the email. I wish I had that email in front of me. When she sent me that email talking about the injustice of America against black people, what she didn't realize, she was going to show her hypocrisy by talking to me and recognizing the evilness that some of these people were doing because I am black. What she did not realize is when she was prophesying about Black Lives Matter, she didn't want to recognize my black life. Because it was okay for black people to march in the streets last summer and for those outside the black community to smile. And so they claim support us. And when sometimes we were marching, we'd have 100 high quality marchers, and out of that 100, there may be a Tyrone that gets out of pocket and maybe does things that does not reflect the positive energy of the black community. But she looked past all of that. And she said Black Lives Mattered. But yet this black life that's fighting for everyone equally across this union in this great state, and I say this great state, the number one state in the nation, that she could not accept. So she's been caught. And when she talked about the 4th of July, which she did not realize through the glory of God through Jesus Christ, I have a grand uncle that they tried to lynch 1897 on the 4th of July, that July 5th early in the morning. Praise God. Ron, they still lynched my grand uncle Erastus Brown. Look it up, July 10th, 1897. Praise God. Hold on, wait a minute. Here's what I'm supposed to say. It says, Richard, smile. So, Ron, I'm smiling. I'm giving out an Oscar-winning performance. I say I love you and respect you, Ron, and now I have to say that to everybody that calls. And we're going to get through this evilness together. We will get through this evilness of racism and discrimination in this union. And when they say you had a former president who was African American and there's no discrimination in this union, let me tell you something. There are people, as I stated, on the plantation. And even though they were black in face, they never challenged the system of evilness called slavery. And just because you have an African American in a position of power and influence across this country, and let me say this, across this country, just because you have an African American in a position of power and influence does not mean that they truly represent the black community. I've been waiting to say that for a long time, because as we say from the community, there are those who say they are with you, and there are those who are really with you. And there's a difference. So, brother, when I say brother to you with the A at the end, you know exactly what I'm saying. I want to thank you so much for calling in, Ron. It's been a true pleasure. Thank you. All right. Well, that was a very emotional call for me. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take more calls. But first, we're going to give respect. So here's what we're going to do. Where is my PowerPoint? All right. So we're going to talk about a man, a great man. Did he have character flaws? Maybe. But there are no perfect people on this earth. And you say, well, are you sure? Well, I think I'm sure. I know I'm sure. I'm not perfect. No one is perfect. And so when we give this great tribute, there are people who will say, oh, why are you talking about Paul Gonzalez Coke? Let's bring up that PowerPoint. So why are you talking about this man? Because you did a PowerPoint presentation where it could be construed that you were criticizing him. Well, Paul Gonzalez Coke is like all of us. There's some great things to us, and then we have our negative attributes. Did Paul make mistakes? None that I know of. I'm sure he did. We've all made mistakes. But we're going to remember Paul Gonzalez Coke. Oh, yes, we are. Whether I agree with him on every single thing regarding the labor union, the labor movement, that's irrelevant. This man lived a great life. Oh, yes, he did. And we're going to honor him today. So let's go to, I'm not sure if people really know this about Paul. Paul goes way back in time. And he was part of the movement to separate Local 1000 as a civil service division from CSEA, our California State Employees Association. So as you know, as I always say affectionately, that's mom, CSCA. And then when the child got old enough, it was time for the child to become independent. Paul was part of that important movement back in the day. And as you can, perfect, that's perfect. As you will see, now in the middle is Paul Coke Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Paul Gonzalez Coke. He's in the middle. And you'll see, as I said about mom, the California State Employees Association, he's in the middle. As I'm looking at the screen, he's in the middle. And to My right, you see another man. He's the man without the glasses. You say, well, who is that man next to Paul? Well, that man is Jim Hard. Well, why is Paul with Jim? And I told you that Paul lived a great life. He was part of this incredible labor movement. Jim, in 1996, won the director position for the Civil Service Division. And then, December 2nd, 2003, Local 1000 Incorporated. And the letter from J.J. Jelensik, when he became the CSEA president, replacing Perry Kinney, he signed it. And Jim, in 2005, ran in the first Local 1000 election and became the president. Paul was very influential in that election victory for Jim Hard. I want y'all to understand that. Y'all, I almost said y'all, forgive me. That's that Missouri in me. People know on Facebook that me and Paul would go round and round and round. But you always saw me give him a great deal of respect. Now, people say, well, you gave him respect, Richard, because he was in charge of the elections committee and you were afraid of him. Yes. Yes, I was. He was in charge of the elections committee. But the man had a great deal of knowledge. Many people pretend to be political strategists. Paul was no pretender. He knew exactly what he was saying. He knew exactly how to present his narrative. He knew how to influence others. Oh, yes, he did. I'm going to tell you some more about Paul in a second. So let's go to the next slide. And so you see this CDU, oh gosh, I think it was the California Democratic Union or Caucus for Democratic Union. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the Caucus for a Democratic Union. All right. He was influential in that. And if anyone has any doubt about that, you can ask the current DOC 723 President Stephen Allari. He can testify to that. This group had strong ideas. Paul was crucial to this group's success. I told you he was a political strategist. He knew what he was doing. And you said, well, why was there this ruckus within CSEA to separate? And I'm going to tell you the truth. There were people like Paul and Jim and others who believed that Local 1000 should control its destiny, but they needed help to control its destiny. That help came from SEIU International. If you go back in time, you'll see where Perry Kinney stated he did not want to support the purple and gold. He did not want to support the political agenda of SEIU International. But Paul and Jim and many others said, yes, we want to support the purple and gold. We want to adopt their logo and wear their colors. But CSEA stated, we are your original. We are mom. We started this, and we don't feel this is right. And so there was this great confusion, and Paul and Jim and the others were able to, quote, help J.J. Jelensik become the CSEA president in 2003, and he signed a letter for us to incorporate. And on a side note, let me say this to you. During that time, there was this great controversial issue. Now, me and Paul never really talked about this issue. We talked about other things, but we didn't talk about this issue. About the salary stipend that Perry Kinney was taking. And Jim Hard and Yvonne Walker and others were against the salary stipend. I wish I could get that their flyers and stuff that stated they were against the salary stipend that Perry Kinney was taking. Because when we talk about strategy and about hypocrisy and racism and discrimination and all this in our union, they're all in this pizza. They're all on this pizza. So the salary stipend caused a great confusion. So they finally got enough movement and they were able to break away. All right, now let's go to the next slide. Now listen to this. Um, and I'm going to read this because this is important because I want to talk about this. Paul, nobody else, it says Paul was instrumental in forming SEIU International's Lavender Caucus, a groundbreaking effort to bring the LGBTIQ community into the national labor movement. Later, he advised on the formation of Local 1000's Lavender Committee and mentored many of its members. That's important. And I think a lot of young people think the LGBTIQ community has always been around and they've always had a voice. But that's not the case. And so Paul helped develop this Human Rights Committee in Local 1000. And he was proud of that. And that's something to be proud of because we want to treat everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, regardless of their skin color, their race, their religious values. We want to treat people with love and respect. And therefore, when I say I love and respect you, even though many of you want me out of here, I still love and respect you. Paul was instrumental in getting rights for those who were being ignored. And that's important. And listen, when he did this years ago, let's just put it to you like this. I'm old enough to know if you come out now and say you're gay, people say, okay. There's no shock value. Years ago, when you were to fight for gay people, people are going to look at you and they're going to fight you. And we can even look to our great President Obama in 2008. He didn't believe in gay marriage back then, but he evolved. This is a testimony of a person who had the courage to go up and challenge the status quo for equality for everyone. And I know a lot of people will try to judge people through their religious beliefs. Here's what I will say. I'm not going to take a chance on judging anyone on their beliefs, on their ability to get to the keys to the afterlife or eternal life. I'm not going to do that. I pray to God that Paul is in the afterlife of the eternal life forever and ever and ever. And I sincerely mean that. And it's sad that he's gone. It's truly sad. He wasn't able to live long enough to see that the group that he was part of in this great transition, that now Local 1000 is now going through another great transition. He was part of the second movement. Because remember, we started the CSEA many years ago, with the September 30th, 1977 Employee Relations Act allowed state employees to unionize. And then came Paul and his group later on. This is the great thing about history. And this is why when they say, hey, we don't want to talk about the history of the past. If you don't want to talk about the history in the past, then I would say, well, all right, so moving to the next slide. Here it says here, here it is. Now this is Paul. Over the years, members elected Paul to positions of trust, from delegate to CSEA's general councils and SEIU's international conventions to district labor council president. I can't remember which district that was. And now look at this. I said once, but it's actually twice as CSEA's executive vice president. That's said by Jim Hart, the former Local 1000 president. And as I stated to you, he became the Civil Service Director in 1996. Those terms ran every 3 years. So this man, Jim Hart, is telling you the greatness of Paul. And when we say Jim Hart, we must say that with respect. The same way that even though I may not agree with the former president, Yvonne Walker's decisions, I say it with respect because she won 4 straight elections. But if we go back to her mentor, Jim Hart, when he talks about Paul and his invaluable contributions to the labor movement, this is coming from Jim Hart. Let me educate you on Mr. Jim Hart. Civil Service Director, 1996, 1999, 2002, 1, 2, 3, and then he was elected Local 1000 president when we incorporated on December 2nd, 2003. He won in 2005. Oh boy, four straight. I guess maybe that's the cutoff. 4 straight elections. So when Jim Hart speaks, he speaks with authority about the contributions of Paul. He speaks with authority. Let's go to the next slide. Now, it says here, on my notes here, he's going to be remembered for his tireless advocacy for state workers. That is absolutely correct. When they created this PowerPoint presentation, I wanted more information. Ironically, all the information came in 7 slides, the number 7. Now I'm going to talk about Paul's brilliance. And it's going to shock a lot of people, but I'm just going to say it. Me and Paul would argue. Well, as you know, I don't delete my Facebook posts. Yeah. So let me say it for you again. I don't delete my Facebook posts. I stand by what I say, and I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. I know many of you are running on Facebook now deleting your posts, trying to cover your tracks. You should. That's a great strategy. Me and Paul would argue, and then he would DM me on the side, and we would continue our arguments. But it was always with love and respect. I have them in my phone. I've never deleted them. And there were times when he would heat me up on Facebook and then would send me something on a direct message, talk about something totally different. Now, was that his great strategy? Possibly. Let me say this to you. How great is Paul Koch? I've been holding this back for a long time. So when I did the PowerPoint presentation, and I said, we paid this man almost $340,000. Was it 340? Or was it 440? I think it was close to 440. All right, over the years. And people were like, oh, you're trying to slam him. No, I wasn't. I was acknowledging the money we had paid him. But now the whole story comes out. How important was Paul Gonzalez Koch to my success as your new Local 1000 president, the 3rd Local 1000 president in our history? I ran in 2015. I ran with a person named Jackie McCullum. She was my VP of Organizing and Representation, Jackie. And that's when the MTC actually started, Members for Transparency and Change. I met Paul on Howe Avenue. I went to watch the vote. So I only got 600 votes. So me and Paul, we would, go back and forth on emails about the transparency of the election, which I still have all those emails from 2015, 2018, and 2021. And we would go back and forth, back and forth. So after Sunday, was it Sunday or Monday? I can't remember what day it was. Or it may have been a Friday. I lost miserably. So I hung around. So he starts talking to me. And he keeps talking. And so we go back and forth. Let me tell you how great Paul Gonzalez Koch was. He says, Richard? I said, yes. And we was carrying boxes. I was helping him carry boxes to his yellow Mustang. He says, I see something in you. Boy. Give me a second. Okay, I'm good. He says, I see something in you. No one ever told me that up to that point in Local 1000. No one ever saw anything in me. I'm not mad. I'm smiling. I'm smiling. He was the first person to say, I see something in you. So he says, when are you going to start your next campaign? I hadn't told anyone I was going to run again. I had lost so miserably that I said, really? You think I should run again? He said, yes. I said, I don't know when I'm going to start out. I'll probably wait a while. He says, no, Richard. Your campaign starts right now. Start organizing. Start mobilizing. I said, Paul, are you sure? He said, yes. And I didn't take his advice. I did not take his advice. So I started my campaign in 2018, in the summer of 2017. I did not take Paul Gonzalez Koch's advice, a master strategist. I lost in 2018, 2,144 votes. This time, the master strategist didn't have to tell me twice. I took his advice. Just ask MTC. And I started on June 30th, 2018 to get here today. Why? Because of Paul Gonzalez Koch. Let's stop. We'll come back at 10 o'clock. Let's stop. Good morning, everyone. So I'm back, Richard Lewis Brown, the Local 1000 president. Today is December 19th, and I said that things may go a little slow today because we want everyone to have their voice heard. And I know emotions are running high, and people are saying, "You got to open the meeting right now." Well, I'm the president of Local 1000, and I ran on a 10-point platform about being transparent. So people's voices will be heard today. And if I'm not able to get all their voices heard today, they will get heard sometime in the near future, maybe at the next board meeting. But their voices will be heard. We will not ignore the voters of Local 1000. That's a promise from my heart. So I have to read these impact statements, but I have to do the PowerPoint presentation. But there are some people who want to make impact statements verbally. So we're going to go to a Betty Jackson Stewart. So let's unmute her, Betty Jackson Stewart. Go ahead, Betty.
Good morning, President Brown. Good morning, everyone. I come to you this morning, and I just want to say a couple of things. One, my understanding was the members had the right to vote for the ultimate leader of the union, the president. And there was a process. We received the ballot in the mail. We were to select our candidate, and we were to mail that envelope back in a parameter of time, a specific parameter of time that was allotted to each of us. It is no secret, I voted for President Brown, and I was happy to be a part of that process because there were other times when we could vote and my voice was not heard at all. You know, people came to the office, they had a little raggedy box, put your thing in there, and they could see through the envelope, and I heard they were throwing away the votes that did not particularly display in their favor. So this process, I was very happy to be a part of, especially when it paid off, In previous times, the president did not listen to us. So she had nothing to do with us. She didn't respond to any of my communication. I called out for her assistance several times. There were things going on. She never showed up, and she never sent anyone. There is a Kim Colbert, her job position hospital where she worked is in Southern California. It's Patton State Hospital. She never came to us. We were 30 minutes away from her without any traffic, maybe with some traffic, maybe about 45, 55 minutes away from her. She never came to see about us. In fact, the office I was in for almost 3 years, there was no presence of the union. And I'm putting that out there because that is important to me. And it's important to how I feel about Richard. I've texted this young lady, and I'm, not that I'm racist or anything like that, but she looked like me. So I felt like she would at least hear what we had to say. I didn't know. Now I feel like she was bought and paid for. We weren't asking for any favors. We were just reaching out to say, hey, can you help us out? Look at this office, look at how this office looks, and just you don't have to do anything. Just tell us what to do. She never even, when I tell you, she never even forwarded a smoke signal. So it made me feel some type of way about her. And if she felt like I misunderstood, if she felt like, you know what, I'm not gonna just turn my back on them. She never contacted us. She never said, hey, look, maybe I was a little abrupt the last time I was down there, but I'm here for you. It was not a people's union. That's what I'm trying. That is the message I want to convey. This was, at that time, it was not a people's union. Things were happening in my office. People who didn't look like me, they were shunned too. The people who were to represent us, that person never showed up for absolutely no one. And I mean, he never showed up. I'm not going to even give his name mentioned because it'll make him popular. And I'm not trying to do that today. So anyway, anyway, I just thought the last president, excuse me, demonstrated flawed character. I remember one time a colleague and I, someone said, oh, they're having a meeting, get on the phone, they're having this meeting. And so, well, what is the meeting about? And they were like, just get on the phone so you can hear the meeting. So someone provided us the number. We contact this meeting. Oh my God, we were excited. We got on the phone, and we're listening, and all these people were just praising her. Oh, you so wonderful. Oh, thank you for this because you just so the greatest person in the world. And all I heard were praises, and I mean praises, something that they never give you, President Brown, but they were just praising her. And someone came on the phone, something came over the phone, and it says, you cannot be in this meeting, or you're not invited to this meeting. And it click, dial tone hung up in my face. And when I attempted to contact them back, it would no longer allow me to get in. So I felt disregarded by the president, and I felt disregarded by one of the representatives, Kim Coward, and I know that she was not over us. However, we were asking for help, and we informed her we didn't have any there. And, this is what she said to us. She said that, and let me tell you, when she said this, she made it very, very clear that the union didn't give a damn about us, and they considered us heifers. That's our title, which stands for Health Facility Evaluator Nurses. We were nobody. And she used the term, you're not visible. No one knows who you are. So because no one knew who we were, and because she stated we were not visible, they could treat us any type of way they wanted to treat us, even though she was a fellow RN. And she never came back and said, maybe that came out wrong. Maybe that isn't quite what I meant. She never fumbled over her words. And I will never forget that and how it made me feel. And I just informed her, you know what, you're wrong. That may be your social construction of reality, but it is not mine. And that is like the kind of the way that conversation went. And, my coworker was standing there with me, and this woman knew. When she walked off, I was like, wow, she was arrogant, contemptuous, and very dismissive towards us. I will never forget that. And as a union steward, that's what I refuse to be. I will never leave someone where they can say that about me. I will at least hear them out and listen. And she didn't want to hear from us because she wanted us to vote, I think for 5%, I think it was like 5% over so many years. We weren't even going to get it all at once. It was stupid. It was stupid. Now, it may have worked for her, but it didn't work for this group of people, and she did not care. And so, to this day, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes people let their pride get in the way, and pride, we all have it, but sometimes you need to put your pride aside and do what's right. If your pride is saying this is not right, but your heart is saying this is wrong, sometimes put your pride aside and show a little compassion. She couldn't go back and change it, but she could have shown some compassion for us, and she didn't. So that made me feel like she was heartless. Anyway, that was my experience with this young lady. And here is my question to all of them. I just need someone to explain to me how can I follow the process and vote for whom I thought was the most qualified individual for the highest position and the SI and the SEIU, Local 1000
Mhm.
union. And then you have members in step down positions. I vote, I follow this process. You know, this is a member-led union. That's what they say when they want you to vote them in office. Oh, it's member-led. We'll do this for you. We'll do that for you. You know, it's about the members' voices.
I'm
I
listening.
want to know how a member-led union members spoke out when we voted for you. We wanted change. We wanted change, President Brown. And I mean, this world gets very, very hateful. And at the time, we were living in a hateful era. You know, it was very, very hateful at that time. You know, different things. I'm just talking about America, period. You know, I'm
Yes.
having these talks with my son. You know, I need you to be careful. This is what I need you to do. This is how I need you to carry yourself. If the police pull you over, I need you to do this. And you know what? I looked at my daughter and I go, you know what? Let me talk to you too. Let me talk to you too. Because, you know, come on, that brand lady, that policeman he was heartless towards her when he threw her down on the ground. So I'm talking to my family. I looked at everything everyone had. You know, I talked to Tony Owens often. But I'm telling you, President Brown was my man. And, you know, I'm talking to my people, my coworkers, the members. And, you know, I'm like, listen, call him. If you call him, look, girl, he answers the phone. This man, all of us were shocked. I mean, let me call him. And then girl, he did. He answered the phone. What time do we want to meet? Do we want to get a Zoom thing going? Do we want so personable. And that's why we voted for him. We liked him. He listened. And from day one, he serves us. That other person never served us. Those union reps never served us. The only time anyone was interested in us is if they had a cause and they needed some people to show up, you know, and hold up a sign. They used people, basically. They never served us. They never gave us anything. I didn't want anything to do with the union until you came along. And if you check the records, you will see after we met with the Kim lady, look at the records. I got out of that union. They could listen, if you're not going to represent me and you don't give a damn about my needs and what's going on in this office, it wasn't all about me. It was about everyone in the office I was in. You know, when someone shuts you down, why am I giving them my money? Give me my money back. I can do something for me with my money. And look, go back and look, and then you can see when I came back. And I came back so I could vote for you. And I haven't left since. I've been right there in the running ever since. Now, I want to know how these people in positions that are lower than the president's position, how in the hell can these people take my president away? How do those people, what emergency meeting? I'm with Ron on that. What emergency? What happened? What was the emergency that they want to strip? They decided they're going to strip my president of his powers, which means you can no longer speak for me. You can no longer do things for me that I voted for. You're my voice. I come to you with the issue. You are my voice. I know I can't get everything I want. Right. I know that. I realize that. But you are my voice. And when they strip your powers, they just took my voice away. How the hell? Somebody tell me how in the hell can they do that?
Right.
And if they can do that, why didn't they tell us that up front? Well, you vote for who you want. But if we don't like them, we have a right to set him over there in that chair and zip his mouth shut, and we gonna run, you know, like you a puppet. We gonna run the show. I didn't see that anywhere. I went back, I read, I looked, I've done my research. I couldn't find that. So I don't know how you just make it up as you go. I don't know what that's about, and I'm not happy with that. Step down people coming in here creating mockery of what we're taking seriously. So anyway, My issue was, oh my goodness, my issue is this: when you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And what's missing in this whole situation is morality. These people lack that. And I look at all the fools they followed. They all got behind Kevin Healy and followed Kevin Healy. I did my homework on Kevin Healy. I went on the internet, and child, let me tell you what I found about Mr. Kevin Healy. Kevin is a criminal. Kevin Healy is a criminal. And if you got that damn envelope in your hand, Kevin Healy, put it down. You are a criminal. And it says so on the internet. You can pull it up. It gives all of your history as a card holding member of. You were an attorney. How did you did all of this to yourself? You went in there and you bum rushed their system the same way you trying to bum rush this. You went through 4 judges, decided that those judges didn't know what they were talking about, that there was a conspiracy against you. This is what you did. They disbarred your ass. They asked you to pay for this woman. You owe restitution to this woman. I'm not going to call out her name, but you owe that woman money. And let me tell you, he went in there, he decided he gonna do what he wants to do. And when he was ordered to pay a judgment in the amount of $12,182.10, I did my homework. Prior to the hearing, that man wrote a check for $13,087.46 to a sheriff to satisfy the judgment.
Yes.
And let me tell you something. Do you know the check bounced? Insufficient funds. Healy is not. Look, when you go to court and write a hot check to the court, listen, you are criminally insane. Okay, criminally insane. Okay, so
right.
then I learned that he.
Do you now when you were speaking of this DOC 752 President Kevin Haley? Now, are you under the forgiveness spirit that maybe he made these mistakes?
Because he's had, because I'm listen, I'm getting ready to show you a pattern.
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you about Kevin. Kevin did this with this judge, and the judge found that Kevin lacked insight, which made him, this is what she wrote. She said, Healy is an ongoing danger to the public. Okay? That's what she said before he ever knew a Richard and before he ever knew who I was. This is what a judge said about him. He's criminally insane. And what he did was bum rush the system, talked about those people, put a narrative out there about those judges, and he thought everyone was going to go along with that. And let me tell you, when he doesn't get his way, this is what he does. Now, all of a sudden, it comes out, you hadn't even
sworn in.
How long had you won this election? I don't think they even had your I don't think you guys had even been sworn in. I'm not sure. However, word has it that the police comes to your home
May
at
25th.
some time in the morning.
May 25th, 5 o'clock in the morning, yes.
And at this time, we had uncivil rest throughout America. So for me, here he goes plotting again. He's plotting. For me, and I'm gonna tell you, it is in my opinion, based on the information I've obtained about Kevin Healy.
Yes.
I feel I'm very serious when I say this. I really feel that Kevin Healy had a lot to do with the police knocking on your door at that hour. And I feel like that plot was to have you either in jail or to have you killed so that you would not be visible. You couldn't show up for the next process in the process of becoming the president. I really do. I believe he's behind all of it because we did a online this particular day. I couldn't get into your on Zoom. We couldn't get into your Zoom. So we had to go online. And there he was online
Yes.
telling everybody. He was
Yes.
speaking. You allowed him to speak.
Yes.
Oh, he knew all about everything. How the hell could you know that? Oh no, Richard, I immediately called. I want to make sure this was true. I'm trying to make sure you're all right. I called the police department with his disbarred ass. But he contacted the police department, and the police department, let me tell you what they told me. It was
Yes.
someone in the community. Someone in your community. This is what they told me. Well, you know what? I tried that theory. Called the police department, asked them about someone who was in there. And let me tell you what they stated. They could not tell me, they could not provide me any information. This is what they stated to me. You contact the bail bondsman. Are you going to bond this person out? Okay, so contact the bail bondsman. The bail bondsman will tell you everything you need to know. So why was his process so good? How was he able to obtain all your information down to the neighbor did this? Yeah, right. This is his process. This is how he gets what if you don't hand it over when he demands it, he takes it. He takes it. And so let me move on.
Okay.
I'll move on.
Okay.
I just do not like the way the police, what a woman, they're hearing screams from your home. And you reside you've been in that community for over 20 years, and none of your neighbors have ever bothered you.
9 years. I've been in there 9 years.
Sudden,
9 years.
I apologize.
Okay.
9 years.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden your neighbors are calling the police on you because they hear a woman screaming or the screams coming from your house. But they never heard that before in the past. Well, I'm showing you he has a pattern. He just takes what he wants. So then now here we are. I mean, we live in America where Black men are being hunted like dogs. They're hunting you like dogs. But yet, if you tell your dog, shame on you, someone can call the police and say you over here verbally abusing your dog. You know, they'll put you in jail for that. So they care more about the dogs than they care about human beings.
She's right.
I'm not having this. I'm not having this. And anybody want to know about this situation? This was not on the news. It was not on the news. I never saw this thing about what happened to President Brown on the local news. And it was not in the newspaper. So why did Healy know so damn much about the case? Well, probably because he got a lot to do with it. That's probably why. So anyway, moving on. I simply want to, I'm sorry.
Right. So we're gonna try to so I'm wearing the blue suit and I'm feeling the passion. I got the light blue tie on for the blue sky. And so I was told today that the people are going to try to come and basically treat me like a dog, except I won't get the same respect as a dog because, as you stated so perfectly, if you remember back in the 60s when the good Black folks were marching, they were putting those dogs on them. I know you remember.
Yes,
Oh,
I do.
yes. So I heard, point made, your second point about the police call and how Sacramento Bee didn't want to talk about that. But yet they want to call them, wait a minute, hold on. Sacramento Bee is a good newspaper. I am not trying to say anything slanderous against Sac Bee. They're a great newspaper, and they have papers to sell, and they have to create headlines that draw the interest. That sell the paper. So they did not cover that, but yet recently they said something about violence because, as you know, as a Black man in leadership, they say that I'm angry, I'm out of control, and so they create words like violence and attribute that to me. And when I was talking about the hypocrisy of our international president, Mary Kay Henry, when she claimed that she was supporting Black Lives Matter, when certain people said Black Lives Matter was a hate group and they were conducting themselves in a hateful manner. But yet, here I am as the president. You did not see her give me a phone call after May 25th, 2021. But then again, if we're being honest with each other, how can we expect her to call to see how I'm doing when our own local 1000 president didn't even call me? So it's interesting
Very.
But
I
I hear
find
you
it
loud
very.
and clear. But I want to go back to
Mhm,
what you said about the process, because
mhm,
the smarty, the very intelligent people who have the expert knowledge
mhm,
have said to me that the process of destroying people's votes is kind of legal. I would say, in the spirit of voting in this great country, as an African American, I
mhm.
disagree.
I do too.
All
I
right.
do.
Now, you
Mhm,
talked about the peoples.
mhm,
It's funny that you brought up the word peoples and the riches for the people. I remember I went to the country once and someone was trying to educate me. I think I was standing by, oh gosh, it was a stream or a brook. And they said, "You're the people's president." I said, "Are you sure?" They said, "Yes." And so when I hear you say the same thing that was told to me out in the country, then I
mhm,
know that's the gospel truth, the people's
mhm,
president. And so when you
mhm,
say the morality, let me say this for DLC 752 President Kevin Healy. There's a possibility that maybe, I'm going past the legal stuff because I'm not an attorney, that
mhm,
maybe he may have made mistakes in his past.
mhm.
Maybe, I don't know. And when we look at legal documents and they say things on the internet, they may be saying he has this behavior or this or that. I would say this for Kevin Healy. I am sure that he's not trying to intimidate people now. If that's even true from the past, I'm sure that he learned from his past
No, he
and that,
didn't. I disagree with
what?
you, and I haven't done that often.
Okay. Okay.
I disagree with you because I see a pattern. He wanted something from that judge. When he didn't get it, he went to another judge. When she didn't give it to him, he called her out. And this is not the
Right.
opinion of what they think about Kevin. I actually read the actual legal documents. I saw when they disbarred him. I saw when the person that put him up for disbarment, and I saw where it happened. And you can go through that document is long, but it tells the story of Kevin Healy. And
Well,
it just shows
mhm.
how the judge said that he is knowledgeable of the law, and
Okay.
she said that he utilizes his training
Yes.
to hurt the public. Now,
So,
that's what a judge said about him.
so here's what I will say. I have not read what you have read. Everybody
Mhm,
reads stuff on the internet, and
mhm,
some things are true on the internet, some things are not.
mhm,
Now, if
mhm.
you're saying that your feelings about this situation, about DLC 752 President Kevin Healy, if you're saying that your feelings are being verified by him attending
Mhm.
the insurrectionist out of
Yes.
order meeting on October
Mhm.
17th,
Mhm.
17th and 18th
Mhm.
at the California Democratic headquarters in downtown Sacramento, if you're saying
Mhm.
his past is showing you
Mhm.
where his current present condition is and what he'll do
Yes.
in the future to obtain the
Mhm.
things that he wants to get done,
Mhm.
if you're saying
Mhm.
that,
That's what I'm saying.
okay, well then I can't really
I'm
say
handing
anything.
you a
Yeah,
roadmap. I'm showing you a pattern. He didn't do
right.
it once. He didn't do it twice. I'm going to show you right now where I see where he's done it 3 or 4 times. This is who he is. If he wants something, he's like a 2-year-old with those big old walking shoes on that hurt your feet when they stomp on them. He's going to get what he wants because if you don't give it to him, he's going to take it. That is who he wants. He wants your presidency. The
He wants my
hell with
presidency.
people who fought to vote. I mean, come on now. Black people, we love to vote because there was a time where we couldn't. There was a time where women could not vote.
Yes.
Based on the way I was treated in the past,
Mm-hmm.
I did my homework and I selected whom I thought would be the best candidate to serve the members. That was you. That was you. I'm telling you, I did my homework. And then when I did my homework, I went and spread the message. That's what they did in the Bible. They were always somewhere off spreading the message. That's what I went to go do. I went to spread the message to everyone who would listen to me. And then what people did, they contact you. We begin to have conversations with you. We began to talk to you. And you said, if you became in the role you are in right now,
Right.
you would hear us. You
So
would at
wait,
least, you said you
wait.
couldn't promise us what you could do for us,
Right.
but you would definitely listen and you would fight hard and you would serve us. And thus far, I feel like, I mean, we haven't even gotten in here good, but I think that you are doing something that they don't want. They want
So,
me to pay my union dues and they want to take it. I'm listening to Yvonne that's gone to Israel on the union's dime. You know, she's paying for weddings and receptions on the union's dime. She gave the governor $1 million on the union's
okay.
dime.
So wait. So the board on June 2nd of this year did an emergency vote, emergency meeting, and
Mhm.
so I know people in their hearts feel that she gave the governor $1 million. Technically, the board, by emergency vote, took $1 million and gave it to SEIU State Council, the same state
Mhm.
council who just had an in-board only board meeting a few days ago on December 14th. They gave it to the SEIU State Council so they could help this current governor, Gavin Newsom, successfully defeat a recall. So I have to say
Yeah.
it like that to you, Betty, because if I don't, then the board will say that I let you say that, and that was in the opposite view of what really happened. So I have to technically address that. Okay. So,
Okay.
but there's something
Okay.
else I want to bring to your attention that you didn't know about the voting process, we as black people, because you make a strong point. But I'm going to illustrate your point a little stronger because I want people to understand this and why they're trying to run me out. And people like Kevin Healy are doing everything they can to, quote,
Mhm.
trash me, destroy my credibility.
Mhm.
And we
Fake
all know that,
news.
and look, we all
Fake
know that,
news.
listen, we all know that there are no perfect people on earth. And we all know
Correct.
that oftentimes black men in America, quote, we're subject or subjugated to a higher standard when it comes to
Mhm.
things. But I want to go back
Mhm.
to this email because I'm going to show you this is how when I knew that God was with me. He's always been with me, but he really laid me out this time.
Mhm.
And for those who say that God's a she, I don't want to be disrespectful. So God is
Mhm.
she. I'll say that as well. So I can't be accused of
Mhm.
being sexist. All right. So here we go. From Local 1000. And here's the funny thing. I didn't receive this as a dues paying member. So when people say that, Richard, we're not getting these emails, well, wait a minute. I arrived on the scene. The staff is working with me to ensure we get these emails sent out correctly.
Mhm.
All right. So on April 2nd of this year, this is how you know that you're in a union that's doing some funny business. Possibly,
Mhm.
maybe. I didn't say 1,000%. So I don't want to be accused of saying that the union did a fraudulent election. I'm saying possibly, maybe there was some confusion, miscommunication. So here's what it says April 2nd at 10 o'clock. Electing your union leaders is just one benefit of Local 1000 membership. There
Mhm.
are many benefits to being a member of Local 1000, including voting for our union's officers,
Mhm.
electing our bargaining team.
Mhm.
Now, electing the bargaining team is by voting for those D-Burs if they know that there's D-Burs running in the election, if you even know if there's election going on in your particular DLC, and having a voice in determining our priorities. You elect your
Mhm.
president, your chief negotiator. I'm the president. The insurrectionist meeting in October, they're trying to strip me of all my powers so they can control your voice, so they can continue to silence your voice. Not just,
I
quote,
agree.
not just as a union dues paying
Mhm.
member, but also
Mhm.
to send you a message as being black in America. Yeah, your life
Mhm.
mattered last summer,
Mhm.
maybe, but not really. All right, so moving on.
Mhm.
Um, Local 1000's leadership elections start April 19th, and you must be a member to vote. Now listen to this. Your membership your membership application must be received before April 7th.
Yes. Mhm. And that is
Listen
why
to this.
I
Hold on.
became
Wait
a
a minute.
member.
Now I'm getting a
Mhm.
little whew. Hold on.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I have this sign that I have to
Mhm.
follow.
Okay.
I love you. I respect you. That's for me. Stay calm. Okay, so here we go.
Okay. All
So here
right.
we go. It
Mhm.
says your membership application must be received before April 7th.
Mhm.
Who got that email? Because here I am as a candidate and I'm being asked, when is the deadline to become a member to vote? And I have all the emails from past elections to our person we just gave this great tribute to, Paul Gonzalez Coke. I could never get a straight answer. I could never
My
get a straight
information
answer.
came from Mary. Mary informed myself. I didn't receive the email.
I did
Mary
not get
informed
it.
me
And what I'm
when we
saying is,
needed to make
how
sure we
many people,
remembered.
how many people who ran for office got this email? Because I know I
Mhm,
didn't get it. And I get
mhm,
all the local 1000 emails. So then they said,
mhm.
well, you know, we didn't send it to dues paying members. But here I am as a candidate running for this office. You would think that a union that supports the Democratic Party, you would
Mhm.
think that they would want to have a transparent, fair, and clean
Mm,
election.
mm-mm. No, it was not.
Mhm. But that
No, it
didn't
was not.
happen. Now, I'm not going to
And
start
then when
preaching
you
today.
won, they decided to have you killed or jailed so that someone could come and state, well, Mr. Brown is incarcerated at this time and cannot take the seat, or sad
Mhm.
to inform you, Mr.
Mhm.
Brown was killed this morning when the
Right,
police came into his home because he
right.
had some woman in there that he was kidnapping and beating
Mhm.
her, but the police
Right.
couldn't find her body.
And,
That
and you
kind,
and,
they
and you and
wanted
you
the headlines to read one or the other.
and you know what, Betty? People don't want to hear this, but they're going to hear it on this Sunday morning. Let me tell you this.
Mhm. It's the truth.
They thought because of my videos, they say, "Oh, he's a hothead." Well, hold on a second. If I'm such a hothead and I'm so out of control, then how did I make it out of St. Louis? If I'm such a hothead
No.
and I'm
Mhm,
so out of control and I'm so
mhm,
unprofessional and I don't know what I'm
mhm.
doing, then how did I serve the U.S. Air Force? See,
See?
they wanted
Mhm,
to create that narrative that they continue to
mhm,
try to preach
mhm.
this political
Mhm.
propaganda of the quote
Yes.
angry and out of control black man. But I'm in my blue
Mhm.
today. I'm clean.
Okay.
And listen, this shirt was pressed. Oh yes,
Mhm,
French Boulevard Laundry. I sure did
mhm.
because I'm gonna always stay clean and neat because I'm representing Local 1000. And so when they try
That's
to
right.
criticize and say why are we paying for him to be nice and clean? The question they should be asking themselves, why are we not ensuring he's like that every single day that he's suited up?
Exactly.
Okay,
Because
but I
you
bought, but hold on,
represent
and let me be
all
on
of
record
us.
when I say this. This suit,
Mhm,
the credit
mhm.
card didn't buy this suit. This came from,
No.
I can't even say the name correctly. Bonobos down here, one of these little fancy clothing stores down here off the tracks here. This came out of my money. This shirt,
Right.
this Ralph Lauren shirt, I'm sorry, Ralph Lauren,
Mhm.
that came out of my money because I know as a black man in this country, they will try to run me off the cliff if I don't support the
Right.
status quo. And then
Mhm.
they try to tell you, I see people talking about the Freedom Foundation. All these lies,
Mhm.
all of these lies that they're trying to portray me as when I am a registered Democrat. So when they say that I'm part of the Freedom Foundation and I'm supporting the right to work, that's actually slander.
What there
Because
is
I have their
defamation of
registered
character.
Democrat voting card
Mhm,
on my website. I have my
mhm,
voting record on my website.
mhm.
They are slandering me.
But
But
Richard,
they turn around and say that,
they're not utilizing facts. They don't
no.
do their homework. They don't get the information and analyze it. We must. They just take whatever they have and they throw it up against the wall and to
Mhm.
see what the public will buy. And
And,
certain
and,
things the public are just gonna buy. I
and
didn't because I know how they do.
so here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do because we're getting close to lunch. We're going to bring one more caller on, and then we're
No,
going to
I'm
break.
not done.
Oh, oh,
I'm not done.
well, we have to kind of. Okay, well, go ahead. Can you wrap it up here in a few minutes here?
I can. I
Okay,
can.
take your time.
Okay. Okay. So
Because I don't want you.
also
Listen. I don't want you to hear me this loud and clear.
mhm.
The last thing you're going to do is get off this call and say that brother didn't allow me to talk. Oh no, sister, that ain't going to happen. So go
No.
ahead, take your time.
Okay. So another example
Hmm.
of how he takes what he wants. He had a woman come down to that emergency meeting and okay, well, what's the emergency? What's going on? And he's telling her about these inside politics. And she's like, I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not going. And he said, well, wait a minute, did I read you wrong? I thought, we was feeling each other. Listen, it's something in it for you. Baker, isn't that quid pro quo thing? You give me something and I give you something. He tried that with her. And she said, you know what? I'm not getting involved in this. I'm going to report your ass. And you know what? She wrote a letter. She was transparent. They're always in the booth, in the back, in the corner, in the dark, scooped down somewhere with all the windows closed, doing dirt. Because when you're not doing dirt, you don't care who sees you. You just don't care. And the transparency with them, oh, they will not be representing me. They can't have another dollar of my money because you talking about lying, you talking about cheating, you talking about fees. You have a woman that said that you go something. You know, that really offended me. It really pissed me off, excuse me, but it pissed me off for her to say that to my president. She never said it to her president. She never told Yvonne Walker to go suck a you know what. I never heard of anybody saying it. They didn't even look at her cross-eyed. But you know why? Because she purchased them. She purchased them so that they would vote her interest. And now that she's gone and all of that money stopped, and now they've got to utilize their own leave and their own. See, this is greed at its core. And since you will not, they ask you for all that leave, but you stated no, you want to do something for the members with that money. I mean, after all, we put it in there. So you trying to serve us with the funds, but they want those funds. So they're not waiting on you. They're not waiting on a process. They're just gonna alleviate your powers so that they can fund themselves. And I don't have time for it. And I just want to say one more thing, and I'm gonna give it to you. I can
Okay.
skip the rest.
Okay.
Richard Wade is a liar. I asked him online to show me the proof. He said there is proof that there was a neighbor in your neighborhood who did this thing to several of the people. But when I asked him to show me the proof, he said,
Right.
and there is proof. Well, I'm waiting for the proof, Richard Wade. And aiding and abetting will land your ass in jail, okay? And I want to say to Francina Stevenson, Richard Wade, who's a fake news promoter, Beth Bartell, Robert Gilbert, Jerome Washington, Kevin Criminal Healy, the perpetrator, Bill Hall, I'm gonna name him Meadows, and then Teresa Taylor, Irene Green. I named you Omarosa because Omarosa got up in there and fell for the bull. And you know what? They escorted her right on out. And I feel like they fed you some bull, got you down there, and then promised you power that they took from you in that meeting. And I believe, because I can't understand why you would betray your own president. I can't, I don't understand that. And you allowed them to use you. That's the part. You got caught up with the fact that you might get some power and you let them mistreat you. So I just want to say this part. I have located the policy file, or I cannot locate the policy file or the bylaws for you to obtain the powers of my president. Please show me where that information can be located. In addition, if you felt the meeting was above board, why was it so secret? How come I still do not know what the emergency was? Everything you all do is a secret. You all have behavior, like you guys all have the behavior of a criminal mind. You guys are all following this criminal mind straight to hell. Someone who should be behind locked doors with a key until someone figures out if he has a personality disorder or not. And the sad part about all of this, you trying to drag Richard down, I'm dragging you down. You all of us are flawed, but you all are the flawless of the flawed because you all have criminal intentions and you're carrying them out. This is not a lynch mob. This is a union and it's a member-led union, and you better hear my voice. And there are many, many people who are with me, we side by side, who feel the exact same way that I do. You cannot have my president's powers. You go run for president and get your own power, but you can't have my president. I will fight you every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for hearing what I had to say. I didn't get it all out, but I got most of it out. So I feel good about that. The voices of this union have spoken, and you need to respect it. Put some respect on my president's name. Thank you, Mr. Brown, President Brown.
Ah, okay. So, yes, I concur with Betty Jackson Stewart. So, for transparency's sake, I was fortunate to meet her acquaintance over the phone last summer. I don't, I don't, I don't know if I need to really say this or not. I don't tell Betty Jackson Stewart what to say and how to act. I think I know better. I think you know it too. And um, we're at 10:45. I have to read these impact statements that I have given my word I'm going to read because people took their time and energy to write those impact statements, which reflect Betty Jackson Stewart. And we're going to take some more calls. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take one more caller, and then after lunch, we'll take the rest of the callers, and I'll go through the PowerPoint presentation and the impact statements, and then we'll open up the board. And I don't see any issue because when people are this passionate about their vote, and we beg people in this country to vote, they don't want to have their voice robbed. And when people say respect the victory of Gavin Newsom in 2018, they say respect it, and we wasted all that money on that recall because people couldn't respect the vote. Some, it appears, there's a possibility, let me make sure I have my words right. There's a possibility that some, possibly, of the same people who were saying respect the vote of Gavin Newsom in 2018 can't respect the vote of Richard Lewis Brown for Local 1000 president with his presidential powers. And so when I say the humongous hypocrisy and you say that I'm out of pocket, I'm out of control, Betty Jackson Stewart basically told you really quickly the truth. And she was trying to be nice about it. Trust me. This is the situation I'm under. And then, and before we take one last call before break, let me say this to the people in Lassen County. There's a certain group of people that hate. Wait a minute. Let me say my words correctly. Because I can't verify something subjectively. I can only go by actions. There's a possibility that there is a certain group of people that hate the fact that a person of my hue is going to Lassen County and fighting for you. They don't like that I'm fighting for Lassen County. They don't like the fact that I respect you as an American. I respect you for your conservative values. I respect you in your pickup trucks. And I respect your Second Amendment rights. And more importantly, as it pertains to the union, you will not, as long as I'm the president, you are not losing your jobs at CCC or High Desert. Period. And because I feel so strongly about that, and because you don't look like me, I am being hounded to death like a dog. Now, we know dogs get a lot of respect. And like Betty Jackson Stewart said, you can't talk to your dog out of pocket. You'll get in trouble. You will. I support Lassen County. I told you that in July. And when I came back on their credit card and I had to put gas in the car, sometime in early July, I meant that. My story has not changed. I support Lassen County. I support all 100,000 represented employees of Local 1000, those in EDD, those in DMV that possibly could be facing job loss. I support my entire union equally, starting with Lassen County. This has caused people to flip out because I'm not accepting the status quo of the state of California. We're the fourth largest economy on earth. We're not losing any jobs. Not when I'm your president. We're going to fight, and we're going to fight, and we're going to keep fighting. Period. And I say that with love, peace, and hair grease. And I'm smiling. All right, one more caller. Let's go to I can't even see the thing. Angela Pruitt. And then after lunch, we'll get some more calls. Good morning, Angela Pruitt.
Good morning, everyone, and to you, President Brown.
Good morning.
I know you want to go take a break, so I'll try not to take up too much time.
Now take your time because Betty Jackson Stewart took her time, so I want to make sure I give everyone the equal respect.
Okay.
Okay.
So first and foremost, I want to be clear about something. I know I'm looking in the chat and I'm reading all these comments and things, and what I want to say is nobody's holding the board hostage. You guys are not chained and bound. Ain't nobody got no guns to your head. We're not making you stay. You say, oh, Richard's making this all about himself and this. The bottom line of it is this is about Richard. It is about President Brown. You guys brought y'all asses on here thinking y'all gonna just run the damn muck like you've been doing, and it's not happening today. He is our president. We elected him. You guys don't want to hear our voices, just like you didn't hear our damn voices when y'all called that emergency meeting. You guys sent that email out to a certain selected group of people who you knew were going to side with you. Some of the DLC presidents and others were smart enough, brave enough to listen to the president. When we voted, the dues paying members voted and elected a new president for this union. When we did that, just like the previous presidents in that position, they kept their powers. Nobody came for them. Yvonne Walker ran 4 times for 13 years. You guys don't want to admit the fact that she did the same shit that Rich, y'all trying to blame Richard for. Y'all doing the same thing. But what you didn't do is stand up to her. You didn't do that. You didn't do that. And now y'all got a damn usurper sitting on the damn chair. You are a usurper, Bill Hall. You're not my damn chair. We didn't vote you in. I know they said, well, the board votes in the chair. Big damn deal. The board didn't talk to its members first. Because if you did, you wouldn't have ran off having no emergency meeting. But see, here we go. What happened is, during this last election, most and many of y'all was expecting the same outcome you had for the past 13 years. So y'all all thought, well, we got this in the bag again. We're going to be right back in our deceptive roles of make-believe, and we're going to represent, quote, members. I ain't seen y'all represent us. Y'all haven't represent us. It was all about yourselves. So when the final outcome came out, many of you were shocked, couldn't believe it. A lot of you got angry. Y'all in total disagreement. Y'all was sounding just like the past election we just had for the president of the United States.
Amen.
Okay, y'all decided to become renegades because y'all didn't get the person y'all was hoping for. Y'all didn't get back your union lead, but guess what? Your past president took your union leads from you, probably because she didn't get the outcome she was looking for, and you guys didn't uphold what she thought you should have upheld, so fuck it. Y'all not getting no more union leads. Let your new president give it to you. I'm quite sure that's how she sounds. She didn't have meetings after meetings after meetings. Y'all all been sitting there like bumps on the log or scared little kids. Probably because Yvonne Walker was a strong Black woman. You know, strong Black women, we can get really, really emotional. We can really tear into people. You know, we can threaten your ass. We'll do it. We did it to our children. Sit your so-and-so down before you get the so-and-so beat out of you.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
how we operate. Now, but you same conniving, petty thinking, cantankerous ass thieves decided y'all was gonna strip our duly elected president of his powers after being in office for only 2 freaking months. What had he done?
Wait, Angela, someone, the smarty people told me, they sent me an email. They said, no, you haven't had 2 months, Richard. You had 37 working days. So please continue.
Okay, so
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
37 working days. Then all of a sudden, y'all went to hollering about he destroying the union. He is using the union money. He is doing this. He really hadn't had enough time to go in there and sit pictures on his desk or set up his office or any damn thing. You guys went after this man for no apparent. I know what your reasons were. We, the members, know what your reasons were. It didn't have nothing to do. He got lawsuit. We don't give a flying monkey's crack about no lawsuits because we don't know nothing about it. Y'all didn't disclose that. Y'all didn't disclose what your emergency reasons for going into this meeting. No, you kept that to yourself. And then in a matter of less than 4 months, 3 months, whatever, y'all went and got together, sat down in person, but y'all so concerned about COVID-19. But COVID-19 don't matter when y'all want to get together on your own and describe and go in there and plot and plan. No, in the corner, in the back, in the booth, in the dark. And then don't come out of chat. The members need to know the truth. Okay. I read that transcript on October 16, 17 meetings that y'all had. And most of you all up in there, you were bad about, we need to take our powers back. This our union. Okay, who were you referencing when you said we need to take our powers back? Because it was the board of directors who was meeting, not the members. So y'all wasn't speaking to us. Y'all was talking to each other. We need to take our powers back. We are the board, we are the members. No, you're not. How many of y'all on the board of directors? It's not all of your members. We're not even allowed in those. Okay? So I don't know who powers you were speaking about taking back. Richards? President Browns? You ain't had no damn powers since Yvonne Walker was your president. She didn't give y'all no damn powers. She gave y'all orders. And you better march. The bunk chairs, y'all ain't had no power under Yvonne Walker leadership. Y'all just sat there, listen, okay, Madam President, okay, you want us to, maybe one or two of you guys might have stood out, but you wasn't enough to defeat whatever plan she was putting in place. Even if you agreed with it, you didn't say shit. Sat down and you gave her whatever she wanted. I remember and recall how the elected VPs that year when they unseated all Yvonne's people, Annika Walls, Kevin Manager, and
Wait,
Tony Owens.
And one quick thing, Angela.
Yes.
I've been advised that when I speak to the board, that there are some brilliant people on the board currently, and there were some brilliant and courageous people on the board in the past. But
Said
you are
that.
right. A majority of the board did whatever Yvonne Walker told them to do.
Right.
You are all right. Okay, go ahead. I'm
Right.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I'm, like I said, I'm not condemning everybody. I know everybody didn't have a hand in that. I'm talking about those who did, who were
Yes.
the
Yes.
majority.
Okay.
Okay. I remember when Annika Walls, Kevin Manager, Tony Owens, and stuff, they were complaining. It was all in the SAC B2. Okay.
Are you
They were
referring to
all-
are you referring to the December 13, 2019 board meeting when MTC were stripped of union leave and they were basically silenced, and that how they asked the international president Mary Kay Henry to get involved, but she said she couldn't, but now she's involved in our internal processes now. So people are asking, what's the difference? Okay.
Oh yeah. Because I will reference 2018 is when Yvonne Walker won her election again, and these three VPs.
Yes.
2 years later, in May of 2020, these three VPs filed the legal action towards Yvonne Walker for not having any executive committee meetings with them for over 2 years. Where was the board of directors when
Wait,
this
You're saying in 2020, the three
Yep,
former MTC VPs, including Annika Walls, they filed a
yep.
legal
Kevin
legal
Manager
Kevin
and
Manager,
Tony
Tony Owens, and her because she never had an executive committee meeting with them to make them feel
for
like they were
over two
part
years.
for over 2 years. Okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry. Go ahead.
yes. All right. So she took credit cards, stripped them of power, locked them out. All this stuff was going on. I didn't see the board members having no emergency board meeting. I don't recall that being in there. I don't recall that. I didn't hear shit. It was so quiet. We didn't know until the BP was telling them ourselves. It was in the SAC B. Okay. You didn't allow any doing paying members to any of your meetings or anything. President Yvonne Walker never allowed her members outside of her BODs to talk to her. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying the
This
former president never allowed the people to talk to her outside of those BOD meetings. She never made herself accessible to the membership.
no, if you had to be a damn steward or somebody, and then when you was in a steward, we came into a steward meeting. I got lucky enough one time where they didn't kick me out. But anytime you went to those things, all the oh, now the president, you're so phenomenal, but you're phenomenal. And then you ask her, "How you doing, President Walker?" "Oh, I'm phenomenal. I'm phenomenal." She started believing she was phenomenal too. That's see that kind of stuff right there makes me wonder. Were all of them crazy as hell? Okay, we have yet to hear from the board of directors who went and had this meeting in October what their real emergency was. But they say we have to tell the members, we have to tell the members the truth. Tell us the truth then, because you ain't told us nothing. Now, y'all hate when Richard referenced he's a black man in America. Y'all hate that. Oh, stop saying that, Richard. You not the victim. You a damn lie. He was a victim. He just got to be a lucky victim. That's all that was. Let's just keep it real and shame the devil.
You're
Now,
right. You're right. Continue.
yeah, if this is the history of this country, y'all gonna say, well, this board of directors meetings ain't about this. This is a colossal F. It's a shit show. We should be doing. Look, y'all gonna get y'all turn, but we gonna get our turn today. Now, we know the history of this freaking country. Ain't no need of y'all trying to sugarcoat it, cream puff it, draw shade over it. Do you know how many white people have made allegations against black people and nobody questioned it? Do you remember that? Because we do.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Y'all sit up here. Somebody made an accusation where Richard did this and to this person, probably white, and she felt this way and she felt that way. So it's a lawsuit. Why the hell? Look, he ain't been found guilty of a damn thing.
And we know, Angela, like I told Ron Rawson, that back in the day, there were slaves who were against slavery because they knew the value, they knew
Mm-hmm,
their dignity, they
mm-hmm,
knew where they came from in Africa, the
mm-hmm,
enslaved African. But there were other slaves who embraced being slaves and they always took up for master. And
mm-hmm.
in today's society, they say stop playing the race card. Don't
Yeah,
say this and don't say that. But we know who they are. Please continue.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Sure, sure.
All right.
Okay.
So my memory serves me correctly. Going back to Yvonne Walker being served in May of 2020, I want to reference what that document showed me. I want to ask, did you, members of the board, call for an emergency meeting? That no, you sure as hell did not. These VPs have filed against her, like I said, for not having executive meetings for over 2 years, shutting them out, taking their powers away from them. Now, the attorney for her was Ann Geezy at that time. Ann Geezy wrote back to the attorneys for the VPs, trying to protect Yvonne Walker. So she started using some dumb language like Yvonne was like Yvonne Walker was some president of the United States. You know, a president of the United States couldn't be charged with criminal charges and stuff because he got executive powers.
Right, right.
So he exempt from all of those governing laws.
Yes.
So what she did was wrote back and asked that VP's attorney, okay, so can we get a protective order? And that attorney wrote back and said, you don't need no protective order against her unless she's got some pending actions in court. And right now we don't have none. Then the attorney asked for some information, some documents and stuff. And Angesia came back and said, well, we need to review those first. And then the attorney, he counter butter and said, no, you don't need to review that information. Just send us the stuff because it looks like your requests are very misguided. But I didn't hear nothing from the board members. They didn't tell the members no stuff like this was going on. We didn't know nothing about all this stuff.
And the reason why you didn't know, I'm sure that Ann Gacy, with her legal expertise, was simply doing her job to ensure that the president was protected. That's just my personal opinion. And that
well, she ain't doing a damn job to make sure you protected. Where's she at now? Where's she at now? Hold up. No, I'm tired of you defending people. Just shut it down. Let me finish.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Y'all political devious acts. Y'all just infiltrating this union. Y'all talk about the members on here. We supporting Rich Brown. Yes, we do, because that's who we voted for, dumbass. Why wouldn't we support him? Now,
okay.
I still find, like I said, history repeating itself and still been relevant in this society today as a whole. I remember I'm referencing you on how people of non-color, y'all can get on here in these calls, yell and scream like some crazy maniac at this president like he ain't shit.
And that's
his feelings don't matter.
That's right. And you know what, Angela? When they are doing all these things that you're pointing out so carefully, they have a strategy. And you and the caller before, Betty Jackson Stewart, you're basically laying out their strategy in front of the whole world. That this is their strategy to create the narrative of the crazy, out of control black man who's college educated, degree in finance, who served in the military, but they don't care about that.
No.
And so their strategy, they have this, and listen, I'm gonna give these people, as I call them with love and respect and hair grease, the utmost respect. They have a brilliant strategy.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't give one flying so-and-so.
Right.
Okay. Like I said, they can get on here, scream and yell, call this man names. I think y'all feel like that's okay to degrade him, to defame him, to disrespect him. But when you do that to all the members. You're not just doing it to him, you're doing it to us all. I don't know what makes you think that it's okay. You think it's okay, think it's your right to do this to people of color. You just had a crazy ass president in office who was okaying for white supremacists, saying that they're good people on both sides. Really? I don't see that. We get on calls on every Tuesdays and Wednesday nights, and we got people after person after person just coming on there, just screaming and yelling, hollering and screaming all up in the damn camera and stuff. You need to apologize. You need to resign. Listen, you that damn unhappy, you resign. He don't owe you no damn apology for you calling him a coward, a chicken, suck a dick, eat a dick. Y'all ain't apologized for that.
Oh, and please
but
don't forget.
Want him
don't
to apologize.
And Angela, you are 1,000% correct. And please don't forget when they called me the MF last weekend, Monica Blancarte. Please don't forget that either. Okay. Thank you.
No, when you apologize to this president, then we can talk about how we gonna move forward. Don't come on here telling no damn body apologize to your asses because you so damn privileged and in damn title. We don't matter, I guess. You tell me how. Because see, I'm gonna tell you, this don't just fall on Richard as far as if he had said something derogatory like that. It'll fell on somebody like me, a person of color. If I'd have got on there and said some shit like that, I probably wouldn't have my job. But none of y'all spoke up about that. Y'all thought that was okay. Nobody said shit. And Bill Hall had the nerve to say, well, you know, she didn't violate any of the, you know, the CAPRIS and this. Are you serious right now? Are you that simple?
And you know what, Angela? See, when you see the SEIU international president poking her head into affairs of a local,
Mm-hmm.
yet she was, as I call it, white, pristine, privileged, quiet when it came to Teresa Taylor, DLC 786 president. She did
Mm-hmm.
not say one word. And as we laugh in the community, we say, you know, they get to use their credit card. But in this case, they're truly American. They went over the credit limit.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
you know, here in the community, we're basically Americanized. Like I said earlier, if I was being hounded like this because I was leading a Black Lives Matter protest or I was doing something just for us, you and I, Angela and Betty, that would be one thing. But
Yeah.
they're hounding me and I'm fighting for all races. So I guess I'm out of control.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I want to talk about the fact that Bill Hall
Mm-hmm.
ran in there, right
Yes.
with everybody else that went in there, already having a plan, which I think really and truly Irene Green went in blindly.
No, well, I would say
No,
that I would say, Angela, those people have great strategies and
well,
they've been using their strategies all these years. Yes.
yeah, they have.
Yes.
But Bill Hall reminds me of a grandmaster. Now,
A
and everybody
grandmaster,
might
a
say a
grandmaster in what
grandmaster
sense?
of a certain organization. And I'm quite sure they'll know what it is. If you don't, look it up. I'm not going to
Okay.
sit here and go through it all.
Okay. Okay.
But grandmaster of a certain organization that you had to look a certain way to be in this group. Irene Green was not.
Yes,
So,
that's a
but
possibility of that.
yes, but that's what they do. Got what they do is just like they were wearing face coverings, so they can't be exposed by what they were the things that they were doing. But we knew.
There's a possibility of that. A
Mm-hmm.
possibility.
Yeah, I want to go back, just like Ron referenced Rosewood in Florida,
Yes.
and the movie that came out about Django, the D is silent. And
Yes. Yes.
okay, you had a Calvin Candy character played by Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes.
Calvin Candy was taking black buff men and selling them to other white men, and they were sitting up there beating the hell out of each other, killing one another, and all that kind of stuff. And then you had Stephen, who was Calvin Klein's house slave.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and Stephen was selling out his own damn people. He done had most of them killed. And he in there, master. They didn't hear for that. See, y'all don't want to make it about, y'all gonna say don't make this about race. But in the end, at the end of the day, when you look at all this mess, race has a big part in this. And you can't ignore that fact. We won't let you ignore the fact. First and foremost, we as Black and brown people have to learn to stand together. And I'm not saying all white people bad, because they're not. There are some that, hey, they helped the slaves underground tunnel get out. There were white people back then who helped. But we can't ignore the fact that in our midst are some of those same people who won't admit that they feel a certain way about a certain color. Ain't no need of trying to smooth that over and say that's not the case. Hell, we know this damn case. We see it. I haven't heard or seen one Black person of this membership, this union, come in and call you any kind of damn names. They may not go along with you. They may not agree with everything. But the most I've ever heard them say is, well, President Brown, I feel like, you were a little bit harsh. You did kind of do, this and that. I think you did. But I ain't heard them call you no names. And they are so damn close. These other ones are really wanting to call you what they really want to call you. But yet they will say chicken, coward, go eat a man's private part. What the hell do you think that mean when these people say that? And they're not people of color. You understand me? They're not. The black people ain't doing that to you. Now, they don't all agree with you. No. A lot of them didn't vote for you. No. But I don't see them on here calling you no damn names and getting away with it. They're not all on here screaming and yelling in your damn face, talking about, apologize. Apologize to who? You don't deserve no damn apology. And you're not getting it. We don't have to kiss your boots. We don't have to step and fetch it. We went to school. We are educated just as much as you are. We don't need you to guide us and lead us to the damn promised land. It ain't no damn promised land. First of all, not in this damn country, not for us. Now, I like to ask Bill Hall, because I ain't never seen him, don't know who he is. How come your passive aggressive ass didn't challenge Yvonne Walker? Where were you? Is it because Yvonne Walker gave you union leave too? You didn't have to go back to work and do the rightful job that the state hired you to do? Or it's because Yvonne Walker didn't have a problem if you stood up to her with cussing you out and making you sit your ass down? How long were you on union leaves using the members' dues money? So what chair was you sitting on then? Now you all over the place, acting like a grandmaster, running meetings, conducting meetings, telling people what to do, and now I'm the chair. But I'm gonna run to the president, the international president of SEIU, crying like a damn petulant child. Now, because President Brown didn't bow down, submit to you board of directors when y'all wanted him to, y'all decided to go back and do what y'all did. Got y'all a so-called chair. I don't recognize a chair. Now, I'm trying to figure out why our VP of bargaining didn't stand with her elected president. I don't know what Irene Green's were. I can't speak to that because she didn't tell us. And I can't put no words in her mouth or speculate what she was thinking. So I'm not gonna badmouth her. I just know that it was wrong. It wasn't the right thing to do, but in her mind, maybe it was. I know her husband has got on and said, Richard, you need to be building bridges with the members. You need to do. Okay. Maybe you should have had that conversation with your wife when she crossed the bridge and then tore it down. Okay, so why
That's a
you
good
on
point.
here
That's a
trying
good
to
point.
preach to everybody?
That's right.
Start there first. Start at home. Things start at home. Y'all offering up all these lies, filibustering, and ain't got no real proofs or merits behind it. Coming to these meetings, acting all important, continue to try to degrade us all. Don't want to hear the members' voices, just like you're doing today. Start the meeting. This is ridiculous. Y'all just holding the board hostage. Look, you damn board members been holding the damn members hostages for how long now? Y'all ain't told us nothing. You ain't disclosed nothing. You haven't been transparent about nothing. We ain't heard from y'all. We ain't even hear from Yvonne Walker unless her ass was in the news. You got to go on the damn website and read every damn thing. But everything that we read was a lie. She wasn't doing nothing. Taking trips to Tel Aviv. I don't know why. What the hell was she doing over there? What is Local 1000 over there? I didn't know that we had you. Oh, it's just to build internet. Y'all must think we stupid. Y'all really think we stupid. Then Denise get on here the other night in the meeting, gonna ask Annika Wall why she had a damn parking ticket while she was out on union meetings. She probably did get a parking ticket because she had to park and jump out and go somewhere else, maybe because there wasn't no parking close by. Then you turn around, the other thing you want to zap her with, oh, yeah, I see you got a charge on here for some diapers. Seriously?
So, and I'll say this, that Denise Quinn Allen, she doesn't need to speak against the VP, Annika Walls. Let that be her
Yeah,
last time speaking, because what she's saying is she's trying to slander Annika.
I
And as the
know.
president of Local 1000, I'm not trying to hear that, and I'm not going
No,
to hear that. But yet,
no.
let's be reminded before we close this call. Let's be reminded, Angela,
Mm-hmm.
that Denise Quinn Allen is the same person that said "what a dick"
I
a
know.
few months ago about me, which she would
Yeah.
have never said that about someone who did not look like me or have the hue of my color.
Mm-hmm.
That's who
Mm-hmm.
she. In my professional opinion, I've
Mm-hmm.
been black for uh,
All your
52
life.
years. 52 years. Thank you. 52 years. So, in my professional opinion, even though I may not be right, I know when someone feels a certain way about me in this country. I
Mm-hmm.
don't need someone from outside the community to tell me
Right.
what is right and what is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, I'll let you finish and then we'll close it out here and then we'll come back after lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
Then in the chat, we got all these people. I don't feel like calling all their names. They're irrelevant to me.
Okay.
About start the meeting, you holding the board hostage, you get
Right.
to do this. Y'all just y'all listen. We don't give a shit right about now. We're sick and tired of this shit that's hitting the fan. We're sick of it. This really isn't about being black, but it is. We know that it's all about you guys can't get your lavish gifts. You can't go to Disneyland. You can't go lay your ass up in the spas. You can't go to Tel Aviv. You can't take an airline plane to go visit your family in another state. Yeah, all that went away. But y'all got the nerve to question every little dime that Richard spends or the VP spent. And, why did it matter that she got a damn parking ticket? Why did it matter that she bought some diapers? Even though I don't think she got no babies in the diapers, but she was trying to go and help some damn body else. But you didn't
That's
even
correct.
bother to look
Annika was
that
helping
up.
somebody else. That is
Yeah,
correct.
you
Annika was
didn't
helping.
bother to go look that up. You just got your ass on there and questioned that girl like she had done something wrong. Yvonne Walker did a whole lot of stuff wrong. Don't bring up the past president. No, we are going to bring her ass up. We're going to bring her up. All this started with her. It started with her, and we're not gonna continue to let her drudge through all this mess and all you minions that's following her. Listen, maybe y'all was afraid. We're not scared. These members are not afraid to speak up. I think that's what y'all got a problem with. Y'all act like a bunch of schizophrenia, schizoaffected, bipolar maniac, and access tubes. And in case you don't know what an access tube is, in the DSMV, you all got personality disorders. Y'all borderlines. It's all about y'all. Y'all want to say Richard making it all about himself. Well, shit, y'all making it all about yourselves. Get our powers back. Miss me. My last point, and I'm done,
Yes.
Richard.
Okay. Thank you.
I know that we had this movement of Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
I know that all lives matters,
Mm-hmm.
but all lives wasn't splattered out on a wall net on the streets with somebody's knees on their damn neck. It wasn't all lives that was out there sitting and getting shot for no damn reason. It wasn't all lives that was laying in their bedroom and the door broke down and shot multiple times in their bed.
I know that story in Chicago. Please
Mm-hmm.
continue. Please continue.
This is my last thing, and I'm done, and we can take a
Okay.
break.
Okay.
I know you, Richard President Brown, how much you try to be understanding, how much you try to be fair and transparent. I know how you always say I'm speaking out in love and peace and harmony and trying to do things right by all the members, not just some, for the members and the non-members.
Yes.
And I know how you tried to say, I really want to work with this board and the bunks and all them, who all their boards and stuff is. You
Yes.
want to try to keep it positive,
Yes.
even when they coming for you. Like, you know, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. They did every time one hit you, another one hit you, another one hit you, you know? It's like 41 shots. Remember that in New York? 41
Yes.
shots.
Yes.
I'd like to say this. I know you're trying to be good, to be right. They can call you radical. Oh, he's out of control. He's this and that and the other. But first of all, you ain't Jesus. Ain't nobody Jesus. I'm damn sure not Mary. They crucified Jesus. Now they're trying to do the same damn thing to you. But this is my beliefs. I just believe that if they slap you, Richard, slap their ass back.
So we're
That means we not taking
right.
this from them no more.
So what I'm hearing you say, what Richard Lewis Brown at at 11:26 a.m. on December 19th, what I heard Angela Pruitt articulate is, she says, with love, peace, and hair grease, that she doesn't want to see me be intimidated or bullied by anyone inside or outside of the union. So when she says slap them back, what she's saying is, I need to articulate and peacefully protect myself from people who are trying to bully me.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I heard. Yes.
Because, like you said, I'm not Mary.
Hmm.
Ain't nowhere close to Jesus like.
That's correct.
I just know that at some point, I don't know where these people feel like it's okay for them to continue to come to a grown man, black
Mhm.
or white, speak to you the way that they do as our president, think that that's okay, and the members gonna go along with them. No, we will march on your asses too. Y'all can get marched on. And if y'all can sit up here and vote to take his powers from him, why shouldn't we take a vote to take your damn powers from you? You should be removed too. We don't want you no more than you want him. Y'all need to be
Agreed.
clear about
Yeah.
that.
Agreed. So I love how you've articulated your message. And we're gonna stop here
Mm-hmm.
because you beat me to it when you said, um, God, you said it so Rosewood, but then you brought up Django.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna end this so we can have a lunch at 11:30, and we'll come back at 1:30 because I promised that we would have a 2-hour lunch, and I'm gonna hold to my promise. Like I said, I'm gonna
Thank
hold
you.
to my promise. But I want to, before we go, I've made a comment, and I said with love, peace, and hair grease about the hateful eight, and I said the hateful eight is a term that Quentin Tarantino. So we don't ever want to take away his money when we quote um, Django or the Hateful Eight. Those are his brilliant movies. And you remember in the Hateful Eight, there was Samuel L. Jackson.
Uh-huh.
And this time he was Major, I think, Marquise Warren.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, they were trying to get him up out of there.
Right.
And him and the new sheriff, they
Yeah.
survived. But remember, he got shot up. And
Yeah.
so we say through God, through Jesus Christ, we pray that I live through this and we live through this together and we unify our union. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we're going
You're very welcome. Stay
okay.
strong,
So
and we support you.
I I can't thank you enough, Angela, as
Mhm.
always. So
Right.
we're gonna stop at 11:30 and we're gonna come back at 1:30. So we'll put a thing up, and then I'm gonna try to get to the PowerPoint and read the impact statements and take a few more calls, and then we'll start the board meeting. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Lewis Brown. Today is December 19th, 2021. We're in the afternoon part of Local 1000, this Board of Directors meeting. We haven't been able to officially start. I've made promises that I will fulfill. And so, without any further delay, we're going to try to speed things up. Let's go to Dr. Eric Nelson. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. So I just want to say to the ladies, the gentlemen, the fellow stewards, everybody, I want to recognize the labor that you have put in for this union and make sure that I, as a fairly new steward, has said thank you, because I'm standing on the shoulders of those of you who have been doing this for a long, long time. So thank you. So my impact statement, which is short, is directed towards those of you who still really haven't decided how you're going to vote. I know some folks, one side, one folks on the other, you've decided. But for those that are in the middle, if you still have an open mind, an open ear, and an open heart, you're the folks I'm talking to. In the last few weeks, on a private basis, all the way to up and including this morning, I've talked to some of the members of the board one-on-one. Have no intention of saying who it is, but I've talked to them privately and asked what's going on. And I've been told the same two reasons over and over. First, you're acting on the best interest of the union, and second, you're acting on the best interest of the members. So very briefly talk about each. Acting in the best interest of the union. I'm not going to repeat the facts and figures about special salaries, perks, $1,000 spa massages, because you've heard that already. I know you love the union, so please consider some of the unintended consequences that history predicts will happen if this president is stripped of his powers. We're going to eliminate the balance of power between the president and the board, because essentially you're going to elect the board to become the new president. And at that point, you're simply going to be making Richard Lewis Brown a well-dressed puppet on a string. You're also going to become the target for bribes, special favors, promises, etc., from special interest groups, or favors, promotions that might be offered by state agencies if you'll just influence in such a certain way. You're also going to anger the members, and I think we've heard some anger already, and undoubtedly trigger more voting for more reform. The genie is out of the bottle with regard to reform. It can't be stopped. You may take out Richard Lewis Brown, but you're not going to take out the reform that's already gotten started. Another unintended consequence is weakening the union, because every powerful organization has a powerful and sometimes outspoken leader. Show me a powerful and a successful organization, and I will show you a powerful leader. And show me a weak organization that doesn't get things done, and I will show you a weak leader. Don't make Richard a weak leader. The other topic, acting in the best interest of the workers. The simple truth is that if you remove the power of the president, no matter how much a pretty picture you paint to yourselves, that you share among each other, the fact of the matter is there are four fundamental truths that need to be recognized. One, you will believe that you know better than the workers. Two, you will believe that it's okay to ignore the will of the workers because they disagree with you. Three, you will have established that you only listen to the workers when they say what you want to hear. And four, you're going to actively subvert efforts at reform. And I would suggest by doing that, you're misusing your powers as members of the board. And so I'm going to end in the same way I began. I'm speaking to those of you with an open heart, an open mind, and an open ear. And I'm just asking you, first, how can you miss the obvious? You are about to tar and feather and essentially lynch a law-abiding man who has devoted himself to adequately representing every member of the union and every unrepresented individual that's covered by this union. And the comparison to lynching and tarring and feathering is fair. May not like hearing it, but it's a fair comparison. And if you lynch Richard Lewis Brown, you will have become the man, the system of privilege, power holders who don't share a place at the table with anyone who doesn't think and act and believe like them. And many of you, all of you, should know better than to repeat ugliness from history. So I'm asking you, please, I'm begging you, as a new steward, please jump off this destructive anti-Richard juggernaut. It is not too late to jump ship. Leave for the union, leave for the members, and frankly, to borrow from an athletic company, just leave. So please vote no. And thank you for a moment to talk. I appreciate it.
Okay, Dr. Eric Nelson, I want to sincerely thank you for those powerful comments. I was trying to keep notes, and you made those 4 comments about if they vote to strip me of my presidential powers, about 1, they'll come across as if, they know better than the voting membership. And then number 2, they're ignoring the voice of the voting membership. 3, they're basically implying that they will only listen to those who, thank you very much, those who
Agree with them.
agree with them. And then number 4, they're ignoring the reforms because you said the genie's already out of the bottle. But I want to go back to what you said earlier, the unintended consequences. The board is the new president. This union has been run for many years with a strong president that had powers to get things done. Now, did the former president get things done to benefit membership? That's a question that this past election answered. And even though they say, well, Richard, you only had 33 or 34% of the vote, 34% rounded, with actual voters for my particular category, statewide president, I want to remind everyone that only 33 presidents ran unopposed. So they didn't run and get any votes from anyone. But yet, many of those are the ones that are trying to lead this, quote, stripping of my presidential powers. And then you made the comment about this new, quote, chair or these people on the board who are trying to do these things, that people could actually try to bribe them, which leads us to the money trail. And as everyone knows, I'm not taking a salary stipend, and neither are the VPs. Now, I'm willingly not taking a salary stipend, and I know in my heart that other people are proud of that. With this, quote, alleged attempt in October to out of order improper meeting to strip me of my powers to get things done, what they're basically telling everyone, Dr. Nelson, is that 21% pay increase across the board for everyone equally is not something they support. Because when you look at how they're trying to strip me of my powers, they don't want me talking at all. So when you said a, quote, weak president, a political puppet, you did give me the respect to say, in a
Well-dressed.
well-dressed, thank you. So they don't want our people to have a 21% pay increase across the board. They're comfortable who they are and with their salaries, but they don't want anyone else to be able to, quote, feed their families in a substantial way. In fact, they don't want to establish 2-term limits for all elected positions. But yet, in the same hand, they tell you the politicians or our bosses, where the state legislature, including the governor, serve term limits. And so when you talk about these things and about letting the genie out of the bottle with my election victory, what you're saying is basically, Richard, your election has given people 4 letters. HOPE. Hope. I'll stop there. And thank you. And I do have. I would love to read this, which you sent to Mary Kay Henry, but and I still may read it. I have it in front of me right here. All right. So we'll go to the next caller, Derek. Derek Roque, ROQUE. Good afternoon, Derek.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. President, and good afternoon, Local 1000 Board, and good afternoon to everyone who's watching at home. Um, I hope you don't mind. I may be up here for just a brief moment. Got a few things I need to say. I've been waiting like all morning to get on here, and
Thank you for your patience.
thank you. No, thank you. It was well worth it. I got engaged with some members in the chat room who they were a little, you know, they were letting me know how they felt. I'll say that much. But
All right.
so my name is Derek Roque, DLC 770 Secretary Treasurer. Good morning, everyone. Like I said earlier, I wanted to go over my statement. I started my statement up maybe about a month ago, and I started engaging more with my members about their awareness of how Local 1000 operates. And one thing that you just said, Richard, that really just sparked and just resonated with me was, you're right. How focused was the past administration on membership and representation and things of that nature? And a lot of the members that I spoke with and sat down with, and not just at my work site, but a few other work sites, their awareness was just, as bright as mine when I first came in this. Like, I was unaware of what really happens behind the scenes. And I want to thank you for all the transparency since you've taken over that you've brought to the local. It really means a lot to me, and a lot of others I'm sure can agree with me. And just being on this call tonight is proof of that. I've never been on a call prior to this administration, and it feels good to actually have my voice heard and be out here with people and engage with members. I came into this, however, with a lot of love for everyone. I never had a negative opinion of a person. I've never thought negative of anyone. However, I gotta say, being in my DLC for approximately 5 months or so now, my my opinion of others is somewhat changing. It's a little tarnished now. I'm starting to see people's true colors, and people are ridiculing not just you, Richard. I could see that every week on these calls, and it's really sad that people are that angered and that irate that they're coming every Wednesday night and attacking you and calling you a bunch of homophobic, racial slurs, and just coming at you and treating you not very polite, treating you with a lot of disrespect. And you're the president, you're the leader. And then it started coming in my direction, just I wasn't even going to go there. I'm going to go off script a little bit for a moment. Just coming on this, meeting today, coming in the chat room, I was met with a lot of negativity. I was just here to show my support and my respect for everything that you and others have done. And I was called a cheerleader, and this one's going to go way off and way beyond, but there's an individual out there who I'm not going to name, and you guys have been in the chat today, probably know who I'm talking about. He's over here making allegations that I'm on union leave right now, and that I'm on union leave, and he wants his premium petition signed, and he wants it delivered so he can get his money. Well, hello, we're all in this together. We all want money. We all want things to happen. But you sitting here making these rumors, these allegations that I'm out on union leave, let me tell you something, buddy. and I'm going to look in the camera when I say this.
All
I
right.
work hard. I work Monday through Friday. If you really want to come down and see proof, if you want to see just facts and everything else, come down to my office, 124 Bernie Street, Modesto, California. I'm at the DMV Monday through Friday, and you can come and sit with me and work with me if you want to. Or if you want to be a real leader, you can come down and do a worksite meeting and talk to people and see how hard I work. Okay? I'm not on no union leave, and don't ever insult me like that again. That's the last time I'm going to talk to you like that. Let me calm down.
Okay.
um,
I've never seen this side of you, but I'm listening. Go ahead.
I know it's hard because you know
All right.
Mr. President, I don't know how you can hold your composure for so long. I'll tell you that much right now. But you know, I talk to a lot of my members, like I said, and they feel the same way. But going forward, when you release these like the credit card transactions and everything, it really brought some light out. And I have members coming up to me saying, "Is this true, Derek? Is this what's really happening?" And I have to kind of bite my lip and say, "Well, guys, I was unaware of this just as you were. This is really sad that this is what this has come down to." And then, you know, it really comes down to just exposing the corruption. And your transparency has helped us shine a light that's never been shined before. And we need what we need now more than we've ever needed it, and that's a labor union, not a political funding organization, not a bunch of committees who are attempting to run a coup. We need a labor union. My grandfather tells me stories all the time of the labor union he was in, and they were active and they cared about the members and they wanted to represent the members. They weren't it wasn't about power and money. I mean,
Hmm.
that can come later on, but it was never really about that. It was about the employee, a labor union, a union you can go to, a brotherhood, a sisterhood, whatever you want to call it, a organization you can go to when you need them the most. And I feel like our members aren't getting that.
Hmm.
I'm really happy that you're willing to work with us to change, take that back, to create, as you say, to create,
There you go. That's it.
yep, to create a different structure where we can create new representation for our members and create new culture for our members. And I'm all on board with that. Um, some of these members of this board of directors, I'm not going to name them. You know who you are. To the president representing DLC 786, I made a whole list, and I'm gonna go down my laundry list right now because you have all got at me too. So I got to push back just a little bit. I won't name you, but for the president of DLC 786 for coming out and vulgarly and explicitly attacking our president, that's really shameful. And you know, you think that's very leader-like? You ought to be ashamed of yourself coming on these calls. I have to tell you that right now. For the DLC president of 744, I was going to use a different word, but I will say this much: they got you in their pocket. You're no one. I'm sorry. Your fictitious position that they made up, your title, define that for me, because I don't see that anywhere. And you know what? You have no right to come on these calls and try to act like a leader. You're not a leader. You can't even walk in my shoes. I'll go ahead and say that right now. Oh, and let's get to let's get to president of DLC 752, Mr. Disbarred attorney. You know, it's funny. You know, it's kind of ironic. You got at me yesterday, right before the budget committee started, and you came on this call and said, "Oh, I don't even know who you are." Are you kidding me? I'm going to expose you right now. You know exactly who I am. You want to sit here and get at the e-board, my fellow e-board members, my president and my DLC, and question who I am and why I'm, what did you say, slandering the name of the local? You got a lot of nerve in you, pal. You know what? The audacity in you, you need to come and talk to me about that one. I'm going to stop right there. You know, you have got at me so wrong, and you don't even know who I am. You don't even know who I am. I'll tell you that much right now. But you know what? You said that I'm here to defame the DLC or ruin the reputation. Hey, there's nothing else to be ruined. You want to talk about damaged reputations? Look him up. Look up DLC President 752's name online. So much for moral turpitude, okay? I'm
Wow.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going.
All right.
749 and 721 presidents, you guys are just as guilty. You're actually listening to Mr. disbarred attorney over there. Is he your boss? You guys want to respond to these emails and get at me offline like that? Like, is he your boss? Do you work for him? You guys can be more honorable than that. I mean, show him who's boss. He's not your boss. You don't have to report to him. Why are you responding to his emails for him like that? And lastly, I'm going to leave at DLC President 767 because last week on the call, when you got on the Wednesday night Local 1000 Listens to You call, and you sat up there and you called our president a chicken and a coward, you know, I didn't know. I thought I graduated high school 15 years ago. You want to sit here and call people names? I mean, you can just sit back and talk to anyone the way you want. Is that what a leader does? You go on Facebook and you criticize everyone in the comment section? What are you, some kind of blogger? Like, what are you, like a critic? Like that's not leader like. And then you want to actually come up here and say, oh, well, I'm not the president anymore. Then what are you doing here? Huh? What are you doing here? You're over here criticizing others. You know what? Maybe there's a reason you stepped down. I don't know. Maybe one day you'll answer that, but you couldn't answer it on Wednesday. And I don't think it was for personal reasons because trust me, I got a lot of personal issues myself. We all got problems. We all got issues. Why did you back down for? Or maybe you don't care about your members. Maybe that's what it is. And, you know, for some of these people that ran uncontested, I would love to run against all of you one day. You'll lose in a landslide. I guarantee it. And in conclusion, I'm going to stop right there with the laundry list. I want everyone on here to understand that, yes, there are some good DLC presidents out there. There are.
Thank
Mine's
you.
one of them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Not every DLC president is a bad president. There's some very good presidents out there.
And
who
bunk
have
chairs.
you
And bunk chairs. Yes.
and bunk chairs that
Mhm.
have you and me in mind and the rest of the membership, and they care about all of us equally. And they don't look at anyone in any kind of way. They care about us the same. They're very impartial, unbiased. They love all of us. And it's hard to find those out there now. It seems like there's a cult that was created recently within this culture, and you know it's very sad that the curtain had to kind of come down on that. But as a member, I'm going to talk to all of you before I end, and I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm fed up. I'm fed up of the mob that's running the show.
Hmm.
And in closing, I just want to say one thing, and that's quit letting the bourgeois few steal money and power from you. That goes out to all the members. Let's keep ROB in office and let them create the best union that we've ever had. And I want to say thank you. Oh, and one more thing, Richard, before I go. Since
Yes.
the former vice president, who's no longer on the board, wants to come on the chat room and call me a cheerleader, then I've been waiting to do this. Let's get a chant going. Come on, everyone in the chat room. RLB, 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 RLB. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Listen. So I'm just going to respond to that really briefly. Derek, thank you for your positive energy. You know, he was so nice. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, who made the vulgar attacking comments about the president? Well, that's DLC president, 786 president. But at the time, she was the vice president. That's Teresa Taylor. And so everyone knows she told me to, you know, go suck, and y'all get it, suck a man's penis. And I cleaned it up. And more importantly, she said she represented all of her DLC at 786 Franchise Tax Board. So if the entire Franchise Tax Board feels that I should, quote, suck a man's penis, I don't know if I had a business that they could really adjudicate my taxes if that's how they felt about me, because I know they're supposed to be unbiased. So I don't know. Maybe they can. Maybe they can tell me to suck a man's penis, but they can still adjudicate my taxes. So because she said she spoke, that was for all of FTB for her DLC, and then her daughter, Anna Maria Taylor, told me that I could eat a man's penis. So, sometimes we wonder where people get their bad behavior from, but in this case, I don't know if it's a correlation or a causation. The smarty people will tell me about why Teresa and her daughter said those things. But we have the transcript, no worries. But hey, listen, in our great country, you're allowed to speak your mind and have the freedom of speech. That's why I serve the country for, so people can act this way. It's hateful, it's homophobic, it's sexist, it's racist. Maybe one great day, Teresa will apologize. Maybe. It appears that Teresa has a problem with me, Richard Lewis Brown. So maybe one day Teresa can say, Richard, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for that day to happen. Praise God. I'm waiting for that day for Teresa, because I know her daughter will never apologize. But I'm waiting for Teresa to say, Richard, I was wrong for saying that. I was wrong for being the, quote, cheerleader at the insurrectionist board meeting in October at the California Democratic headquarters in downtown Sacramento, and for trying to strip you of your powers. I'm sorry for being part of the insurrectionists, that coup that's trying to ignore the voice of our membership. I'm really sorry, Richard. We'll be waiting for that. And we'll wait for Bill Hall 744, because he in his mind, he fashions himself to be the chair of the board. And like you said so smoothly about the bourgeoisie, it's funny you say that word, because I know some folks in the community who are bourgeoisie. I've stopped there, because it's about positive energy and smiling and yeah, okay. As far as the disbarred attorney, DLC 752 President Kevin Healy, listen, people make mistakes. None of us, well, maybe the people in the room, they may be perfect, but none of us on earth are perfect people. And when you said, Richard, how do you maintain your composure? And I would laugh at you, Jason, and say, well, listen, I'm just an Argonaut and I'm following Jason. Jason's the leader, and Jason says, hey, let's go over here and conquer the sea, and conquer the treasure, or conquer and grab the treasure. I'm just an Argonaut following Jason. And so that's how I can stay so calm and cool and collective. I don't always have to go to the country and stand by a stream or a creek or a brook or whatever it is and be told beautiful things that I'm, quote, the people's president. (749) DOC President Jerome Washington. Moving on. Oh, so finally, 767 President Richard Wake. He called me a chicken and a coward. I have it in my phone. Listen, Richard can sometimes be very interesting. I love and respect Richard. I love and respect everybody in our union. I love and respect everybody in the country. And I realized that when Richard Wake, DLC 767 president, who ran unopposed, just like Bill Hall, just like Teresa Taylor, Kevin Healy actually ran an election and won, just like 749 President Jerome Washington. These people ran in elections where there was no one. They didn't get any votes. So you can add up all their votes and it still wouldn't match mine. That's who they represent. And when Richard calls me a chicken and a coward, I smile. I smile. That's the energy that he gives off. Because usually when people call you a chicken and a coward, there's always that remote, maybe possibility that the names they're calling you are who they truly are. Maybe. We just don't know. But we continue to work with those people because they're all part of our family. and we'll go forward together as a family. Thank you so much for calling in. Next caller, Lo Williams. Go ahead, Lo. Lo Williams. Okay, okay.
I'm hitting it. Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, Lo, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, how's everybody doing out there?
We're doing just great.
All right, I have a lot to say because I really appreciate you helping me form a membership drive team that came together, and we're literally having a good time getting back and forth to the members. Going to some of these work sites, it was kind of hard, but getting out there was good because we are traveling using our own time during COVID. We're doing whatever we need to do to make sure these members get the service that they need and to know who they deal with in their chain of command, because literally we're trying to get new members to understand how the union runs. So when I see people like Michael Gus on here saying so much stuff about what's going on here, I'm gonna use me as an example. I've been to your work site, Michael Gus, and you were the only one that came in that meeting, and you and your president set us in a corner away from the members. But you gave us swag. Your president took a selfie of us. I knew what the selfie was for, but that's fine. But we sat in that corner for 2 hours. You was the only one who came in there and you asked for coke. You didn't send no members. You didn't send anything in there. And to me, it was a totally waste of time. So from that time on, I took it on myself not to deal with you and your DLC president. We're gonna find a way to do this. And we did it by the reps. And the reps had us set up in lobbies and stuff. So also, not one time did your DLC president come to none of these meetings for new membership. No information was passed out to the members. I mean, it was on a constant basis. I believe that's 794. Yes, no information was passed out to the members, but we're still out here trying to it's like we're trying to tell you, we're trying to help your DLC. We know you guys might be out there doing the things you need to do as leaders, whatever the case may be, but somebody's out there beating the ground. Somebody has to be.
Lo, before I don't mean to cut you off. If that is true that Michael Gus is in 794, then that president is President Francina Stevenson. So she ran an uncontested election. So she didn't get any votes. She didn't compete against anybody. So we don't know truly who she represents. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
And that's a good thing because she started off nice with me, and so me and our team, we was like, cool, all right. Next thing I know, she had the swag, which was beautiful. It was fine. But they had us in a corner. They got all this lobby downstairs. They put us on the 18th floor, I believe it was 17th floor, I don't know, in the corner with 6 cubicles, no members. Now, the labor relations officer was looking like, shaking her head at us like something isn't right. And I told our team, I said, don't worry about it. First time on them. You got to see how they're going to treat us before we start making our own strides to get what needs to be done for this membership drive to be perfect. Because to me, it was like she was trying to sabotage it. Okay, when we went to her other work site meetings, when we went to her other work sites where we did almost all of them, it was no support. We went out there and got to the people. We had to go to the lobbies. We had people coming down. We had people telling people to come down. We had labor relations officers telling us that they will send people down because the information was not passed and people was coming down. And we gave away her swag and we gave them interface. We even got a few members behind it. But again, no help to the DLC president, no help from Gus. I mean, that 794 was totally something to be reckoned with. But I did it, and I did it on my own at times. But our team, we went through those DLCs, and we did very well. Now, another thing. People are using this, our members word, too freely. Too freely. Our members. Okay, let me help you with this. Our members. Let me tell you about when you say our members. Richard won this election with 2,600 votes. We have tons of, I don't know how many e-board members we have, DLC presidents, whatever. But in each of your DLC, you have more than 2,600 people. Now, remind you, I didn't vote for Richard, but I respect the man's position because he went in honestly, and he also probably did it because without all of our votes, that means he was doing the work. As a matter of fact, him not even being a leader at the time, and you guys are leaders, the board and everything that want him out of there, he did more work than you guys because he won the election. That's a lot of set. That's a lot to say because each one of your DLCs, you have more than 2,600 people in there. So somebody's not working around here. Just that simple. Let me continue because I'm getting kind of warmed up right now. Now, Deaver, SBAC, let me help you with this. Unit 4, I'm gonna make a good example because that's my unit, I can. If you get mad, you be fine. Check this out. 22 people at the SBAC. Never heard of that before of the 18 years I've been doing this. 17 people was all good. They already knew if they get 17 votes out of 22, they win. But did y'all know it was 23 or 22 empty seats? Which normally tells you that the members ain't getting information. Again, no information. So how do everybody know how this thing works? They'll never know how this unit works because it's like people are blocking things off. They don't want you to know. They want to stay to keep this status quo. You got people saying they've been doing this for 24 years and stuff like whatever the case may be. It's your work is not showing because I'm gonna tell you right now, I got more employees at SCO than 2,600, and I guarantee you they would have did that for me. So this man walked up, he did the payment, and you guys are supposed to be on the board. You guys are not doing the work. You're looking for somebody else to do the work for you. You call it international, whatever the case may be. Everybody's getting involved. You're saying stuff that shouldn't have been said, but then you get mad at him for defending himself. But I'm gonna tell you, be honest, you tell me to eat a D, it's on and crack it. But now we're on that eat a D part. I'm gonna help you with that. I was at your work site, Teresa. It was beautiful. We had very well support. Everything was going good. Everything was running right. Very well. People was coming out the woodwork. So, I mean, we got members and everything. Our team did a really good job with this membership drive. People were happy to see us. They was loving us. Didn't want us to leave. But at the same time, I had a few workers, sisters, ask me, were you prejudiced? Now, if I was a dirtbag, a jerk and everything, because me and you had good dialogue over the last couple of days before that, I would have said something negative to continue to carry on the drama. But no, I said, no, she's not prejudiced because I worked with her before. That's not her personality. They was like, well, why don't you just apologize and keep it moving? And I agree with them 100%. I said, that's something I'm going to ask her. So I'm asking you should apologize. In the same form that you send it to him, the same form you should give back. And it's fair. If you did it in front of everybody, apologize in front of everybody. Not no text, no email. Now is the time to do this. It's not right. It's not right. I'm not done yet. Okay, beating the pavement. Now you see, if I was in a position, as long as many of you people are for chairs are, you shouldn't have no problem having members. Mr. Hall, your turn. Let me help you. With your work site, we seen stuff all the way back from March. No members, no support, knew I was coming, talked with you about a week and a half in advance, no swag. You didn't even have a person that come out of your work site to bring me swag. In other words, a contact person. That's called work. It's called work. You can't sit at the top and tell me to have a good, you told me when I'm good success on my mission to get members. I agree with that, but my success should come to you because you're a leader. You're supposed to have a vice chair, whatever you have on your board, somebody's supposed to meet me there. Nobody met me there. Nobody. I'm all the way in Oakland. No help. Only thing I had to set up with was a backpack, some gloves, and some new membership passes. That's it. Nothing from your work site. Went to your other work site. What was that? The next day, Clay Street. Whole lot of confusion. LR was coming to find out your labor relations officer was more nice than the people you set around us. We had to get all the members. Again, no contact. The labor relations officer said if somebody would have told us you were coming, we would have had to set up a little bit better. Nobody to help us do anything. So what we do, our team, the membership drive team, we beat that pavement, got people involved, got members, got people, got swag and everything. So what I don't like about this, everybody says our members, but it seems like some people are trying to stop us from getting to our members. So I'm confused with who your members really are. It's sickening. Out of 18 years I've been doing this, I have never tried to stop somebody from becoming members. That's bad and it needs to be changed. Leaders need to be held accountable. Accountable. You can have these chairs, you can have these bunks, you can have everything. I make a phone call to try to find out if I can find out what's going on with my bargaining unit. Everybody's going crazy. Mr. Scott B. Henson trying to sit there and say, I'm doing something wrong. All of a sudden, I'm a bad person on email. I'm fine, Facebook, fine. But Scott B. is sitting his butt at home. I'm in the streets. I'm in Oakland. I'm in where we need to go to get this unit going forward. Some of you guys are sitting at home, and that's a problem. I keep telling y'all want to leave, but you're trying to leave behind a phone and a doggone mirror and a doggone computer. No, you cannot lead like that. There are people that are coming to work that are getting dogged out in these job situations, and you guys not even visible. How do I know? Because I've been out there for the last month and a half, away from my family during COVID. But you know what? The best respect you can get from anyone is coming out there in a harsh time to be there for them, whether it's verbally, and find out who their leaders are. I don't even get what's going on with you guys, and it's sickening. And I'm hoping when we start coming to these work sites, you guys will be able to help us. You guys come together, be out there. Presidents show up. Let the members know who you are, because all the work sites I've been to in 794, nobody knew who you guys were, especially you, Michael Gus, especially you. So you need to really calm down about where's your money? Where's my back pay? I see you all, I'm looking at you all day just complaining. It's like you need to find out who's at your work site, in your building. Start off with that.
Well,
I'm trying to help you get there.
right.
You come up there playing games with us, want to get signed up for some coke. I didn't even know who you was. I didn't know who you was until I seen your name. You playing games, you and your DLC president. So 794, y'all have a lot of work to do up and down the board. We did have some successful people out there coming to us. A lot of questions that the DBA should have been answering. The DLC president should have been answering. I mean, all this stuff is crazy because I'm answering questions for you guys. At the same time, trying to be an honest, member-driven person. But some of the stuff I heard had us really depressed. And this is your work site, Mr. Hall, your work site, Mr. Gus, for starters. Your work sites. So at the end of the day, you guys need to understand the one thing, leadership don't sit down there. Main thing, leadership apologize when they do wrong stuff. I ain't have apologized with anybody at all. But you guys sit up there like you don't have to do this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Where are the leaders? Where are the leaders? We're trying to find some leaders. We need the leaders. We need the leaders to be visual. Be visual at the work site. Fill up your DBA list. That is the chair's job. Fill up your DBAs. Fill in all positions. When I was on the bunk, every position was filled. Yeah, we had controversy all the time because we had different views, but we voted honestly, we voted rightly, and we didn't stop nobody's vote, and we didn't block nobody's vote. And this is what's happening with you guys now. It's becoming to be a plain old social club, and it's sickening. It really is sickening. All bunking members ain't out there. They're not bad. None of this is what I'm telling you guys is personal. Go ahead, Rich, you want to say something? None of this is what I'm saying is personal, but what I am saying is very true.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You're right. Listen, when you talk about DLC 744 President Bill Hall, you realize he ran an uncontested election. Nobody voted for him. Nobody in his union, nobody in his DLC cared about. Well, first of all, we don't even know if people knew about the election. That's the first problem, because we don't know if the emails get out to our people. That's the first problem. And then we don't know if they cared, the second problem. And then he's been the DLC president for his DLC for many, many years. So the people in his DLC really don't care. So when you say these things, and they're powerful things, and you speak righteously from your heart, you have to look at it from the other side. It's called this. Remember when I used to say the Stockholm Syndrome, and people said, oh, no, we're not suffering? Because I said it was in my opinion there's a possibility of people. No, I just said people are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, but I'm not a doctor or a psychiatrist, so I can't legally say that. So I'm just saying that as a word phrase, because there's no definite definition of that. People like things the way they are. So when they were loosely using the words, and you said it nicely, members, it's called the strategy. This is their strategy of the status quo. Keep things the way they are. Keep people in the dark. Don't inform people about the statewide bargain advisory committee election. Don't show them the process, because they may not like how the sausage is made or the bologna. You know what I'm saying? So people in the country who know how that stuff is made, you may not want to eat that after you see how it's made. So they have to keep people in the dark. And so when you spoke to me about the membership drive team, and you're not by yourself, there are other people trying to drive up membership as we speak. And I'm most grateful for all of the hard work that you're doing. But these people, the DOC 794 president, Francina Stevenson, she didn't run against anybody. She's been a president for a while. 33 of these DOC presidents out of 51 ran unopposed. So when they tell you, I only won with 33% of the vote, 34% if you round it, what they're really showing is the hypocrisy of their words. Many of these people who went to the insurrectionist meeting did not run against anyone in their DOC. So when they say they're fighting for their members, it goes back to what you said. You can't tell. Well, I can't tell either. And so when people are coming to support this idea of transparency, then you and others, or as Derek stated earlier, you get accused of being a cheerleader.
Targets. We become targets.
And look, there's nothing wrong with cheerleaders if you're cheerleading to, quote, promote positive energy and promote transparency to ensure that everyone in the union has a voice. But for so many years, only those who had the privilege could speak. And then now I allow people who had their voices silenced for years, when you get a chance to talk, the emotions fall out and you can't get all your feelings out in 2 minutes. And a lot of people who want to talk, they've been talking for years, but they're not telling you anything. They're telling you, so
Can I say
I
this
love
thing?
you, I love you, and I respect you, and I'm staying calm. And so, you know, this is why I'm allowing people to express themselves. Because when we officially open up the board meeting, and, you know, they're going to want to take votes on different issues, you'll be able to see the hypocrisy of some of the board of directors. It will be glaringly obvious.
But can I say something about that too? So, because for me, I hear all this negative stuff about you. You know, I didn't like you at first. I ain't gonna lie about it. I thought you was a little flashy, a little loud at times, but you led your way. You know what I'm saying? And respect is earned. Now I earned respect because you never changed. You never changed. You walked up on me, I walked up on you. We had some discussions, but we worked together, we fixed it, and they've been good discussions ever since.
Right.
Because one thing I like about you more than anything, you will give somebody a chance. When people say they come to this building, well, I'm gonna help you. They locked out the building. Well, this is my opinion. I got to knock at the door too. So just knock on the door if you think you lock out the building. We'll let you in. If you got off, he ain't never knocked nobody out this building. If they all locked out the building, you ain't never came to knock at the door to try to get in. People don't know you locked out the building. You'll be welcome to come in. Nobody's gonna lock you out. But I want to say another thing too. All the positive stuff you've done are doing, none of this stuff is getting printed. None of this stuff is getting talked about. We went to franchise tax board, it was the bond. Nobody said anything. They said they was going to say something nice about it. Oh yeah, the membership was amazing. It was amazing. All the questions, all the everything. But my point is, I'm trying to figure out why this DLC, the same DLCs that's talking bad about you, are not telling people the good things that happen that we're doing at their DLCs, because
No.
they're not doing it.
Right. So here's what we'll say, because I want to go to one last caller, and then I want to read some of these impact statements. 'Cause
All right.
I think I'm running out of time. When when the status quo runs their strategy, the strategy is to keep people in the dark, to keep people confused, to tell people lies, and then if there's any truth to what they're saying, they'll mix it with more lies, so you're confused, and so you get disgusted, so you don't care, so you don't want to become a dues-paying member, which destroys our ability to reach an 80% membership rate by January 1st, 2023, and by 90% by October 1st, 2023. So they have a brilliant, and it's brilliant, I give it to them, you know, destroying me, send the cops to my house on May 25th at 5 o'clock in the morning, saying I'm crazy and I'm angry, you know, racially profile me as a black man. Somehow I survived the police stop. Well, not the police stop, but can't wake up being black in America, I guess. So survive that. And then they tell you I'm working with the Freedom Foundation. And I think that word Freedom Foundation really touches my heart, because, you know, as being a descendant of the enslaved African, when we were part of a Freedom Foundation trying to get to Canada, we were serious. So that really offends me when they say that. And then they say that people pay for my brochures because I don't have the financial discipline or the financial ability to save my money off a state salary and have my campaign brochures from 2018 and 2021 printed legally with a union print label. So they say all these things so they can generate the narrative, and then they continue to generate the narrative. And then when I confront them, they say, why are you on Facebook confronting us? You should be doing your job with the essential worker premium pay. We're at over 17,000. We're trying to gather more to the end of the month, and we'll walk them over in January. They say, why hasn't the telework agreement not been already agreed upon when we're fighting in the state peacefully and respectfully to get a great deal with the conversation that started in September 2020? And then they continue to say that I'm not focused, even though I'm fighting over this COVID situation. And so they say all these things while I'm also fighting for those jobs at CCC in Lansing County. They say all these things to create the distraction, to create the energy so they can gather support from new board of directors who are manipulated into going to that out of order, illegal meeting in October so they can run a sham that they don't want to show you on a live Zoom, because you'll see how they really feel about me, and then you'll see the transcript. And I'm saying all this with a great deal of happiness and love and positive energy. But that's who they are. So we have to respect their brilliant strategy on to discredit me, to lynch me as a black man in 2021, or as in Dr. Eric Nelson would say, in addition to the lynching, the tar and feather, I would say the carefully crafted castration. So not just lynch me, but let me stay alive to walk around as a president with no powers, so that I'm still walking around, but I have no powers. And that's how they carefully castrated me. But I say that with love and respect, because their plan is brilliant. I mean, it's absolutely stunned. It's a political plan that's been played in the past about people in this country. Unfortunately, if you're African American, it may not end for you in a positive light. You may have to lose your life. I hope that I don't have to lose my life fighting for everyone equally.
That's right.
But I've made peace with God. And if I gotta go, that's fine, God. Come get me. I'm ready. All right. Listen, so we're gonna go to one last caller. What, I didn't mean to cut you off, Lo. Are you still there?
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm good.
Okay. And one last thing about the Teresa Taylor situation. Teresa, I hope one day will find it in her heart to say that she's sorry to me. I really do. Because those statements about what she said to me, she wouldn't say about a white man. And I know that. And she knows it too. And she can go and gather as many so-called African Americans that she likes to tell her that she's okay. But see, the rest of us in the community, we know better. But I say that with love and respect to her. Maybe one day, Teresa, you can say sorry, and I will forgive you. And then maybe you'll also say sorry for that insurrectionist meeting you took part of. Because we know.
One thing for sure, she wouldn't be sitting there right now. And any board member that agreed to think that was okay, and she did it they should have done their job too. They were supposed to get her butt out of there if that's the case, because you're not supposed to disrespect any board leader at any meeting. It doesn't matter who it is. Apology is good, would be good though. It would be nice. But anybody that sit up there and let this happen without even speaking to her and think it's okay, and want to move on with union business after blatantly disrespecting another grown person, a grown man, a leader, it's a problem here. Yeah, it's time. It's a glitch.
Well,
it's time for a change.
And you're right. And so we'll end it with this. DLC 786 President Teresa Taylor is using her political strategy, her, as I call it, privileged, pristine situation. She's using it well. She's using her credit to say things to me and get away with it. And the rest, not the entire board, but a number of people on the board will not question it. And it's really a shame, because it's showing the hypocrisy of how we call ourselves a union, and we're supposed to be for the working people, and we're supposed to love and treat each other with love and respect while we fight the corporations, or in this case, the state of California. We fight faithfully, non-violently, strategically. But Teresa Taylor feels that it's best to destroy me. But she's running her game, she's running her strategy perfectly. and I salute her for that. All right, so we'll go to the last caller, and then I'll start reading these impact statements. Laurie Root. Good afternoon, Laurie. Laurie Root.
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute.
Okay.
I've just been watching and listening, and actually I've been watching and listening for a while. I just wanted to mention a few things. One, the attack on you started right after you were elected, so I don't know what they expected you to show in such a short time before they started attacking you and wanting you removed from the office there. And two, it amazes me as I'm watching all the chat conversations on the chat, how many board of directors or even guests that are speaking, but maybe some of the guests don't realize why you haven't called the board of directors meeting to order. I mean, I'm not even a board of director, and I have figured that out for myself. So it just seems like it's a game that people are playing, and it's not beneficial to the members. Next, as I was reading the chats again, it just struck me as how unprofessional people are being there. Like when Dr. Nelson was reading his impact statement, it was amazing how many people were just going off on the chats. They're not even listening. And if we were there in person, the members, and this was the board of directors meeting like it was supposed to be there at the Holiday Inn, and we were able to look the board of directors in the face, I wonder if they'd be able to be so blatantly, I don't want to say rude, but ignoring us and texting and putting all these chats out there, or if they would actually look us in the face as the members got up and spoke and talked to them and tried to relate with what was going on with us. This whole chair thing is a big issue for a lot of us because we're talking about the future of our union. And it hasn't been even put down to the members for a vote. Bill Hall, I don't even know Bill Hall. I know that he ran, I know he lost, but I really know nothing about him. And to put somebody in as 64 people are voting, or 65, because yourself there, that's not okay. You guys should not get to ignore the voice of all the members. We should have that right. So if that's something that the board of directors feel like they need to do to put you in check, then it should come down to us, the members. We are the ones that should have the right to talk about that and to decide what we want our future to be like at the union, not just 64 people. I hear a lot of times that they're talking about you guys only having like 33% of the vote or whatever. I mean, that's normal. The United States, when we vote there, it ends up being like 25% that actually, or maybe even less than that, I believe, that even it comes out and votes. And we respect that vote, or at least we're able to function with that vote, hopefully respect it. So I guess I just don't get all the games that are being played here. I think it's a waste of our time, a waste of the members' money and time. And it should just get back to business. I heard them saying that, we're disenfranchising people and we're not letting the board take care of their business. Well, of course we're not, because we have to take care of our leader situation before we can take care of our business. And that should have been taken care of when we voted for you back in May. However, because of a few, it's causing us to have to put everything off. So hopefully the board of directors will start listening to us and start paying attention so we can get on with the business. Next, I was listening and or watching the chats, and I couldn't believe somebody attacked my DLC president, who has not said a word on here. Now, I know he is not quiet. It's DLC 792.
That's Jack Dean. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I was absolutely appalled and just thought, oh my gosh, who is this person that is attacking him and calling him racist? I mean, he is supporting you, so that's one.
Wait a minute.
Two,
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. Someone called Jack racist.
yeah, I couldn't believe it in the chats, and it was just absolutely amazed me. I mean, obviously they're not talking about something they know, because he supports you. Secondly,
Yeah.
he is
Wait.
married to
Wait. Hold on. Wait. that kind of grabs my attention. So now we see, I've been doing well all day, and I'm gonna keep my composure. Laurie Root, that really grabs my attention because when I was up in Pelican Bay visiting that work site, I stayed, as I call it, the American couple, a lovely man and woman. They fed me for free, no expense claims, and they gave me the best food and the best drink of my life. And those people, those good people, are Jack Dean's parents. And so when someone says that Jack Dean is racist, I have to. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Continue. I'm so
Well,
sorry.
I guess they didn't say he was racist. They said he was the wizard of KKK, right? So, you
Okay.
look at Jack. He's a fairly good sized person. He's bald. He's white, or so they think. But if you actually look into his heritage, there you're going to find that he has African American. That's part of him. Also, he's married to a Native American lady. And on top of that, he has family that is part of the whole LGBTQ part. So, I mean, he's pretty much the opposite of racist and pretty much open to whomever and whatever people want to be. So I find that very insulting. Even as a member, I can't imagine how he and his wife felt when they have spent so much time just trying to put their lives on hold while they're supporting the union and trying to help the members. And people might say, well, he's off track or he whatever. I don't care. He's supporting his members, the members of 792. That is who he's up there representing, and he is talking for us. And unlike, it sounds like a lot of the DLCs, he's actually come to us and come to several work sites, not just one or two. He's gone to several and talked to the members. He's gone to person to person to person and talked to them. And it's just incredible that somebody would feel so free. And that's what irritates me about the Zoom calls, because people, just like when you text, people feel emboldened to be able to sit here and say things that they wouldn't say to our faces. So I really wonder if they would be looking me in the eye right now as I'm talking to them as a member and saying, why are you treating people like this? You need to start having respect and treating people accordingly. And that's not just people that are against you, but also the people that are for you, all the way through. Everybody should be respectful and professional and help us to come together. And I guess my last thing that I would like to talk about, I wrote an impact statement. I don't know if you'll get to it, but I'll just mention is I think the members are partly responsible for everything that's going on. Our passiveness is getting us in trouble. You've talked several times about the DLC presidents that ran uncontested. I saw, where some people say, oh, well, that means that they mean it's 100% support. Well, that could be. It also could be that you have members that have their head in the sand, right? That are not involved, that are ignorant about the union. And I have to say, for a long time, that was myself. I just figured it would take care of itself. And it does not, obviously, because as we've seen, our board of directors let our last president run amok, which is why I have a problem with them now trying to decide what to do with you and the chair position. That they already showed that they're incompetent at holding those guys accountable, or holding Yvonne Walker accountable and the spending, and holding the board of directors accountable and their spending. And it's supposed to be a checks and balances. It should not be all power for one. So I guess I'll part with that. And thank you so much for listening to me. And hopefully you
Laurie,
get some impact.
and Laurie, before you hang up, some of this hostility that DLC 792 President Jack Dean is encountering is because there is a percentage of this union that does not like the fact that I support Lassen County. They don't like the fact that I went up there on multiple occasions to ensure that CCC is not closed down. And currently, we've been fighting them off in court. They don't like that. And so they'll say things they'll say these evil things about Jack Dean to quote, get at me. And so, this is all today about positive energy and smiling and pushing up membership. I'm just going to be quite clear with you, Laurie, and Lassen County. This friendship that came and is now here with Jack and his wife, Carrie, it's not going to cloud my judgment as the leader of Local 1000. But if anyone thinks for 1 second you're going to call Jack racist, then I'm going to smile. All right. I'm doing good. I'm okay. I'll stop. Thank you very much for calling, Laurie. I'll stop.
Can I just add one more thing since you mentioned Lassen County?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to the board of directors and to yourself, the people that actually stood up and supported us for a long time up here in Lassen County. We have not been heard, partly because of our own DLC presidents and our DBERS and stuff that we've put forth and the lack of members being engaged in the union. And so to have somebody actually take a stand and like SEIU 1000 did for Lassen County meant a lot, not only to the members of Lassen County, but also to CCPOA, also to the town of Susanville.
Yes.
Over and over, I hear your name, and the SEIU 1000 spoke with such positivity. And then when I hear so many people on Facebook and even in meetings like this where they put down Lassen County, and I don't know where the common sense is, because as a union, we're supposed to support all members. Whether you agree or disagree, what gives us the power is that we are unified and we come together as one. It's when we start backbiting because we don't understand or we don't agree with the other side is not okay. It'd be like me not standing up for the toll booth operators, or let's say our kitchen staff and our janitors and stuff like that, because I don't have that background. I don't stand up for them because I don't understand. That makes no sense at all. That just weakens us. We should all be together standing up because there's a problem with our contract not being enforced. That was the problem with Lassen County. That was the reason we called you in. Our contract is not enforced. Therefore, we went to the union like we're supposed to, and you stood up. And we appreciate that so much. We appreciate the board of directors that supported you and backed you, and all those people that came to the rally. I keep hearing about the rally and what a waste of time. You know what? At least we stood up. For once, we were out there speaking, and you listened. Governor Newsom did not, and that's okay. But we went through, and it was a great teaching moment. I was able to take my daughter. She was able to see how something was supposed to work. Even though it didn't work all the way, she saw the correct process. And for all of that, I'm very grateful to you and everybody that supported that. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Laurie. And so I'm going to start with these impact statements, and I promised people I would read them all. And if I can't get through them all by 3 o'clock, then this Wednesday night at 6:30, Local 1000 listens to you. I told you you are first. Members, as you always know, I say, represent employees because we want our non-members to feel like they are just as vital, and we need them to join our union so we can increase our membership, so we have a greater revenue, so we can increase our strike fund, so we can show the state of California that regardless of our internal bickering, at the end of the day, we come together under the leadership of the president to get a great quality contract. So if I don't finish them all today, I'm going to get through them on Wednesday. And so normally on Wednesday, I take calls from people. But if I can't get through all of these impact statements today, I'll get through them on Wednesday. All right. So here's the first impact statement. It's dated 12/17. Do not rob me of my vote. Richard Lewis Brown is the president of SEIU 1000. He won the election with my vote and others who wanted a change from the status quo that has been SEIU 1000. It is time for change and someone to move the union forward, not backwards. It is time to stop playing politics and bowing to the state and the governor. The past bargaining agreements barely kept up with inflation, and adding in the OPEB deductions meant no net gain. Transparency is important, and it looks like the past regime has played major favoritism if you supported the leader. Mr. Brown has brought to light this spending and has put items in place to stop it. Stop the political spending. Why? Oh boy. Why give $1 million to a governor who does nothing for SEIU 1000? It is time to go after the state and the governor, and I'm sure this person's writing that in a peaceful fashion, and get all the money deserved by the dedicated SEIU members. Don't forget the major surpluses the state has, and has the state or governor even mentioned helping out the members of SEIU 1000? Mr. Brown is well aware of this, and I have faith he will get the members what it deserves. Should Mr. Brown be stripped of his duly elected position, my recourse will be to use my voice and my vote to remove any board member who voted against him. In addition, as a dues-paying member, I will stop my monthly contribution. Let this unauthorized board try to move the union forward with less dues-paying members. Now, thank you for that. Hold on one moment here. Now here's someone from the other side, it appears. December 13th. I strongly support the Board of Directors' actions to protect SEIU Local 1000. It is their fiduciary responsibility to our union to take all necessary action to negate the damage inflicted on our union by President Richard Louis Brown. And my middle name is Louis, Louis, not Lewis. Okay. That's an opposing view. Okay. Next, SEIU is a member-led union. The members spoke during the last election when they voted in a new president, Richard Louis Brown. Whether or not the DLC presidents agree, the members have spoken. Stop this nonsense and let the members' vote stand. Here's an opposing viewpoint. President Brown, okay, I think I know what they're saying. President Brown has used and abused his position to put forth his radical agenda without input from his constituents. His paranoid, rambling messages to the membership relaying his perceptions of persecution and internal rebellion are an embarrassment to us all. Stripping him of his powers is not nearly a strong enough response. President Brown should be removed from office. He is obviously unfit for the position, and I have serious concerns about his mental state. I've worked for the state for close to 20 years now, and I've never seen anyone behave in such a manner as President Brown before now. He does not represent me, my concerns, or my views. We all deserve better. Let me make a quick comment. The words paranoid jump at me. Serious concerns about his mental state. I want you to hear this loud and clear at 2:44 p.m. People have made comments about my mental state, and I joke with people. They say I'm the crazy person. So let me be quite sincere, since people want to get on Facebook and talk about me. My mother was paranoid. She was schizophrenic paranoid. Maybe Teresa Taylor didn't know that, but Teresa, you know that. You know my mother was paranoid schizophrenic. Could some of that mental illness run down inside me? How many of us in our families have someone who's paranoid schizophrenic or bipolar? It runs in my family. Since you want to be so sincere, this person that wrote this, you didn't know that, but I'll tell you. Through my grandmother, through back in my family tree. You say you worry about my mental state because you can't predict my next move. Well, my mental state was good enough for the United States Air Force. And I don't go against the Marines. I don't go against the Army. And my uncle who watched me swear in, he's U.S. Navy retired. But I was good enough to make it through the U.S. Air Force. And I was good enough with my mental state to get a degree in finance. And we're smiling today. Okay. Here's another email. I agree to disagree. I not only support transparency, we demand it, no matter what side of the table you sit on. We not only support accountability, we demand it, no matter what side of the table you sit on. We not only support the current investigations at headquarters level, we demand it. The board of directors will vote for what we believe in, and due process shall take place. I did not vote for R.L. Brown. However, he won the election, and I support our union president. I also thank R.L. Brown for allowing us union leave at a local level. Let me repeat that for you again. I also thank R.L. Brown for allowing us at union leave at a local level to be active again in our DLC to represent our members. I had tried unsuccessfully to get this team under Yvonne Walker. However, she did not believe this to be a priority. She traveled to Rome thanks to union funds. As part of the board of directors, I, Monica Rodriguez, SEIU Local 1000 DLC 741 President, support SEIU Local 1000 President R.L. Brown because R.L. Brown supports DLC 741. I don't like to say people's names in these emails, but okay. And we support those who support, wait a minute. And we support those who support us. Thank you for the work you do. You are appreciated. Your time, energy, and effort that gives our team does not go unnoticed, and I thank you in solidarity. I had to say that for that DLC President 741, Monica Rodriguez. I had to. Respect is respect. And there are some DLC presidents that I can say openly, others I cannot say. Here's an opposing view. I wholeheartedly support the board's decision, the director's decision, and demand the official union emails sent to members stop being written from an obvious pro-president bias. Okay? Here's another one that's against me. To the SEIU Local 1000 Board of Directors, please strip the powers of Director Brown. He is clearly unfit for his role with the union. It would be better to have a mannequin It would be better to have a mannequin as a director because at least a mannequin would do no harm to the union. Okay? If proposals pass, stripping President Brown of his authority powers, then it would completely and utterly destroy any democracy left in the union. It would show for all that the union leadership is nothing but a good old boys network whose only purpose is to achieve their own goals, not those of the members. As a result, if the proposals pass, then I will be forced to leave the union again. I suspect most of the other IT workers will leave as well. When membership was compulsory, only about 25% of us were full members. I only rejoined the union because Brown won office. I have no reason to keep paying a union that won't represent my needs and opinions. That sentence, it will show for all that the union leadership is nothing but a good old boys network whose only purpose is to achieve their own goals, not those of the members. That's interesting. All right, let's go to another opposing view. As a concerned union member, I fully support any measures to strip Richard Brown of his president powers. Mr. Brown is not only an embarrassment to our union, his narcissism, ignorance, individualistic philosophy, and lack of understanding of political context makes him a danger to our union. He uses some strong words. Okay. Here's another impact statement that goes against me. RLB has proven his inability, and the members that regret their vote are invoking their impeachment privileges as per the democratic process. Well, there's no impeachment privileges, so, all right. I write this letter freely in support of Richard Lewis Brown. I am in total support of Richard Lewis Brown because the members spoke and voted for him to be our union president and represent us as a whole united front. If the people voted for him, isn't right that we stand by him, support him, and allow him every opportunity to do the job that the people voted him into office to do. The members obviously knew that change was needed and wanted, or the results would have been different and we would have a different president. Let's stand with Mr. Brown and show solidarity. We need to move forward together and start doing the real work, which is making sure our membership is strong, represented, protected, and we have a great contract that we can be proud of together. Thank you, Richard, for taking on this task. And as my union president, I give you my support because I know you will do the job to the best of your ability. Okay, so here's another one against me. I support the changes proposed for this weekend's BOD. Mr. Brown has proven that he only serves himself and his cronies, and there needs to be checks and balances to keep him from running SEIU 1000 into the ground. All right. Here's another statement against me. Hello. As a represented member of SEIU Local 1000, I have been feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the actions and rhetoric of our president, R.L. Brown. His constant unhinged rants and general narcissism do not coincide with what I expect and demand from my elected representatives. Brown's actions are a stark reminder of the general political climate within our country, and I will not stand for it. I fully support any and all actions the board can take to limit R.L. Brown's power. He is a detriment to the union and community. You know, it's funny about this particular statement. Brown's actions are a stark reminder of the general political climate within our country, and I would not stand for it. That's funny that this person says this because the same people who are complaining can't accept my election victory, but yet they'll tell other people to accept the election victory of other political candidates that they supported. I'm just saying. All right. I am submitting my statement and endorsement of our current SEIU Local 1000 President Richard Lewis Brown. Prior to Mr. Brown's election, I had seriously considered termination of my membership to our union. I am growing dissatisfied with the lack of information on contract negotiations and lack of successful outcomes in employee discipline matters. I had started to hear the apathy of fellow members that had been in the union longer than myself. I'm currently completing my 7th year as a state employee. I also come from a union household. My mother was a 30-year member of CSCA in California State Service. My aunt was a lead contract negotiator for the California Nurses Association for 15 years. And my wife is a current member of the California Nurses Union for 18 years now. Message received. I see you. All right. Mr. Brown reignited my desire to maintain my union card. His commitment to being clear and removing the fog of obscurity that was thrust upon Local 1000 for many years. That prior obscurity led to mediocre raises and recent furloughs that was not needed. Even according to the Legislative Analyst's Office, and ever increases in healthcare costs, even after the supposed Affordable Care Act was passed, a group who blindly installed OPEB, other post-employment and benefits, without actually knowing its true purpose. His 10-point plan proved to me that he had a plan to raise our union, not just an idea. After the previous administration, Yvonne Walker, and this current sham group led by Bill Hall, Teresa Taylor, and others that assisted to help shut out the prior VPs and completely nullified duly elected leadership by membership, I was up to give a man a chance, one who provides our last chance of becoming a true labor union and a true labor advocate. According to Samuel Gompers, Samuel Gompers, let me say that name again, Samuel Gompers, the first AFL-CIO president, he had a strong saying, on the one hand, freedom, justice, and democracy. On the other hand, tyranny and injustice. When we duly elected Mr. Brown in the largest participated election in recent SEIU Local 1000 history, he probably got that from the PowerPoint presentation. Yay. We experienced freedom, justice, and democracy. Now we have a perverted group led by Mr. Bill Hall that wished to exact tyranny and injustice by attempting to nullify the vote of the members who voted. This board malfeasance that is trying to hamper Mr. Brown and his duly elected VPs needs to understand that they work for the membership and not for their own agendas. Our union for too long has been used by the California, oh boy. Okay, so I'm reading this live. Our union for too long has been used by the California Democratic Party and National DNC as a free labor and piggy bank for their fundraising activities to the detriment of our membership and to our labor union's future. Sure, the few who got to go around with the politicians and gland hand with other celebrities and national government and lobbyists enjoyed the fruits of the labor of others in our union. They had directly lost sight of those they were responsible for. The previous board, along with Mrs. Walker, lost too many jobs for toll workers, severely hampered the representation and job security of our fellow members in corrections, and allowed our union to fracture. This was allowed to happen because of the personal social agendas and not the interests of union membership. The previous board of directors has done more damage to our union over the past 8 years than any group that is in favor of right to work. This board has members that are also more occupied with being political acolytes and political party delegates and friends of politicians than actually being labor union leaders. Political respect is necessary, but political idolatry, that is this current group of 14, led by Bill Hall, maintains is detrimental to our unionists and labor cause. This effort, led by Mr. Hall and Mrs. Taylor, is imbecilic and cowardly, especially when one that is trying to remove Mr. Brown should actually spend more time trying to get CalPERS out of the position of the worst performing public sector retirement fund in California. Yes, this same person that is responsible for the meager returns that our benefits churn out year after year. This board of obstructionists allowed our governor to balance spending on state pork projects on the back of union members by allowing a POP to even be introduced. Our money was not used to balance a budget that was short. it was used to spend money on pork projects that the governor could not get placed into the spending bill. Mr. Brown has the DNA to be the greatest and most exciting labor leader our union has ever had. Hold on, I had to check to see who wrote this. Okay, so he is willing to lead from the front, not sit in the shadows and let others perform the work. He is willing to be transparent and illustrate how a union can run with full participation of all membership. I fully support R.L. Brown and the current elected VPs. I urge that they be allowed to do their jobs that the membership duly elected them to do and empowered them to do. I would like to close this with, we have recently had the opportunity to see the news, the hypocrisy, and the financial misuse by former SEIU California executive Alma Hernandez. If this board feels they have an entitlement to remove a president that's actively being transparent with financials, a president that is proving that funds are not being spent adequately and in the interest of the membership of SEIU Local 1000 members, do not think for one moment that the type of inquiry that Mrs. Hernandez brought to their prosecutorial attention cannot happen in SIU Local 1000, especially those who have been benefiting from the status quo. In closing, I'm in full support of Mr. Brown's leadership for SEIU Local 1000. We, the members that voted, will not be silenced by the cowardice and sheepiness of a few who are using subterfuge, malpractice, and dereliction of their fiduciary responsibility to push an agenda that is not of benefit to our union and the families of our union in Local 1000. Okay, I see it's 3:01. So if we want the respect of the politicians, we shall start by letting them know we control the purse, we control the conversation, we stand with all of our co-workers, we fight for wages for all of our membership. We will stop sacrificing our other classifications in negotiations. And most importantly, we stand with R.L. Brown. All right, we were not able to get through all of the impact statements. I promise you on Wednesday, we'll get through them. We was not able to officially start the meeting so we could conduct official business because we know that the voice of our people have not been heard in many, many, many years. And with my election, that has all ended. And all the status quo and how we always do things, and we always do board meetings like this and board meetings like that and NESBAC like this, and this is what we always do. There's going to be a lot of new things happening. I want to thank you for joining us today. And I know the staff didn't get a chance to do the reports, but they have all their information saved. It will be heard. And, you know, a lot of people had to be heard this weekend. And people have to take ownership for their statements they've made about me and about all of the lies that they've created. Listen to how I said that. All the lies they've created to destroy my credibility as the Local 1000 president. And even though I deeply respect your brilliant strategy to destroy me, to run me out of here, because they don't want people to have the 21% pay increase across the board for everyone, because they don't want to have to go on strike. Should we have to go on strike after we, in good faith, reached a legal impasse, and they don't want to establish a 2-term limit, and they don't want to be transparent, and they don't want everyone to be job stewards? I still respect them. I do. They have a brilliant strategy to try to run me out of office. But you know what? It's the holiday season, and I wish everyone a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and to all others, however you celebrate this holiday season, keep the faith, keep hope alive. I'm Richard Lewis Brown. We are ending, oh, there it is, 3:04 p.m. We're done. Thank you. Stay strong, everyone.